Audio check. Okay, good morning and welcome back to docket number 250403. Before we resume cross-examination of this panel, I'll pause and see if there are any administrative matters this morning. Any from the company?
Good morning, Chair Gillette. The applicants have a number of read-ins for the record whenever you're ready.
Okay, let's go ahead and do the read-ins, please.
Great. Ms. Kowalski, do you have read-in A?
For common stockholders increased by 5,000, increasing the payments to stockholders to $39,891 referenced in OCC 11. This is an increase from the $39,771,251, or an increase of $118,750. The tax recapture amount was $12,461,325. versus $12,200,000, or an increase of $271,325,000. The debt payoff, including make-whole, was $18,667,709 versus the estimate of $16,200,000, or an increase of $2,467,708. The total overage of these items was $2,730,717. However, it appears that the other party to this transaction paid $1,143,997 of the debt repayment amount at closing, keeping to the original purchase price agreed to by the parties, and lowered the net expected proceeds to RWA by $114,000. The total overage of these items adjusted for the $1,143,997 is $1,586,720 higher.
Thank you. And Chair Gillette, for read-in B, upon further review, we believe that would be better responded to by way of a late file exhibit. And
Total debt and interest on the debt as articulated in OCC 123.
correct.
Okay,
So we could either make that late file 19, or we could roll it into late file 2.
I will mark it as late file exhibit 19. Thank you.
Very well. Mr. Shara, do you have a late file? I'm sorry, do you have a read-in C?
Yes, I do. The response to read in C is common consumption refers to rates for non-residential accounts such as commercial, industrial, and public authority.
Thank you. Ms. Kowalski, do you have read-in D?
Yes. The budgeted annual cost for outside consulting is $25,000, shared between the OCA and the RPP budgets. The consultants that have been engaged have been hired by the OCA. If this amount exceeds the budgeted amount, it would still be okay.
Thank you. And do you have read-in E?
Yes. The current OCA firm was engaged starting on June 1, 2008, following an RFP for the selection. The prior OCA opposed rate applications in 1991, 1992, and 2000. It also appears that a 1986 rate application was supported, but done so after preliminary discussions between the OCA and management, and with revisions to the actual application that was submitted. It appears that the 1991, 1992, and 2000 rate applications were, however, approved by the RPB.
Thank you. And Mr. Shara, do you have read-in F?
I do. The Connecticut General Statute 29-19A applies to special police officers for utility and transportation companies.
Thank you. Chair Gillette, we have read-in G as already being converted into late file exhibit 17, which would leave only one read-in left. That is read-in H. Ms. Kowalski, I believe that's done this morning.
Yes, there are currently 6 members on the RWA Consumer Affairs Committee.
Thank you. So with that, Chair Gillette, we believe all the read-ins have been closed out as of this morning.
Thank you. That matches my records. So does the company, or do either company have additional administrative matters?
We do not.
Madam Chair, for the record, Wilson Carroll of Cohen & Wolf on behalf of interveners, Town of Fairfield, Ridgefield, New Canaan, and Westport. Just a scheduling matter regarding our panelist schedules. So First Selectwoman Tooker of Westport unfortunately was not able to move her schedule to be here today or tomorrow. I do have Mr. Marconi in the audience today and Ms. Carlson will be here momentarily, but neither of those two panelists will be available tomorrow to testify. So to the extent that you are able to accommodate their testimony today, if that requires a modification of the agenda, I would just respectfully request that we do so. My recommendation would be that following Attorney McLeod's cross-examination, that we switch briefly to our panel, just because of the time estimates on the remaining crosses for the applicant, I think might, have the potential to reach the end of the day today. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention as well.
Thank you, Attorney Carroll. Attorney Hum.
Thank you. But actually, just one question for clarification. Is First Select Woman Tooker unable to make it at all, either today or tomorrow?
That's correct.
And will there be a representative in her place?
There will not. So with respect to the pre-filed testimony, there's only one question that's directed specifically to First Select Woman Tooker. The rest is joint testimony from the panel, which should be able to be testified to by the witnesses that we have today.
Thank you. I don't think we have an objection to accommodating the First Selectman. I think we want to make sure that they can have the best use of their time. So we have no objection to cross-examining them today. I think the only thing that the joint applicants would ask is if we can do it as late in the day as possible as to not run over, so that we can review our cross-examination with respect to where Ms. Tooker might have, where some of the questions might have been directed towards Ms. Tooker as opposed to some of the other members on the panel. Or I would say at least after the lunch break, so that we have an opportunity then to just kind of take a look and make sure that we're not, that we're being efficient on our side in terms of what we're asking.
Understood. Before I comment, does any other party or intervener wish to be heard on the matter? If not, I'm inclined to pick it up after the lunch break. I don't want to interrupt MetroCog's cross for the panel. So I'd like to complete that. And I think that would probably bring us to after the lunch break. So tentatively, we can, with the joint applicant's accommodation, move to that panel. I think timing wise, it'll probably be after the lunch break.
That works then. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anything further from any party or intervener? All right, seeing none, we will resume with cross by the MetroCog, please.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning, Commissioner. Madam Chair, I may have missed something in the sense of the public comment section. I wanted to let you know that Mayor Loretti of Shelton intended to be here and is trying to get here, and clearly at 11 o'clock he's not, but he may get here, and I hope that when he does, you'll entertain his comment.
Okay, we'll take it up then. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Cross?
Cross, please.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Kowalski, just touching briefly on your testimony last Thursday regarding the enabling legislation. I believe you said that was drafted essentially by a team of 4 people at RWA, a team including bond counsel, corporate counsel, yourself, and maybe one other person. Is that correct? Okay. And that language that you drafted is the language in the amendment language in Public Act 24-1.
So we just to clarify, we did submit our language, and then working with the bill writers in Hartford, there were certain tweaks that were made to turn it into a bill, just to be clear.
There were certain what that were made?
Adjustments to make to turn it into an actual bill.
Okay. Did your language regarding governance structure, is that the language essentially that is in the bill, in the legislation?
That's correct.
Okay. Does that include the board composition and the ability of the RWA, RPB, and the RWA board to act on behalf of the AWA board and RPB until approval?
Yes, it does. And it is important that we had a board that was in place based on what the trigger was for the other boards to be set up, because there was a whole process that we needed to go through.
I understand. I'm not asking.
There was a whole
I'm not
process.
questioning your rationale. I was just asking for clarification. And
Okay.
does it also,
Attorney McLeod, I just want to make sure that we're all clear at the start of this. If we can complete the answers in the questions for clarity of the record. Thank you.
and that language would also have included the legislative language regarding the CEO of RWA being the CEO of AWA.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. I think you testified, we ended our discussion on Thursday with a comment that RWA tends to request rate increases only when it needs them. So I'm moving on from there to the timetable. Does the 6-month timetable that you mentioned for rate increases end when rates become effective? Is that the end of that 6-month period?
So I think what I said, recollecting, is that it would take at least 6 months to get through the process.
Okay. So if the RPB rejects a rate increase request that has taken 6 months to prepare, could it be several months before a subsequent rate increase process becomes effective in rates?
Possibly not the whole 6 months, because there's a process to go through to, of course, prepare the application, to get it submitted, to have all the public hearings. And then after the decision is made, there's additional work, because for RWA, every rate application is associated with a new debt issuance. And so after the decision, work continues on actually getting the everything that we need to do to get the debt issuance and all the documentation with an effective date that's approximately 6 months after the initial application is filed.
Okay. On average, how much time a month does a typical RPB member spend on RPB matters?
I don't think I should speculate on the actual time that a RPB member spends in preparation.
Okay. Does the RPB have an independent staff of engineering, accounting, or utility professionals to provide objective analysis and advice regarding rate increase requests from the board?
They don't have a staff, because they themselves are made up of various professions that have the capability to make decisions on behalf of the towns that they represent.
So all of the RPB, I'll withdraw that. In OCC 38, attachment 2, the OCA recommends with respect to both the 2023 and 2024 issuance test rate requests that the application is required to enable the authority to meet the issuance test for the bonds. Considering such a statement and the exacerbated risk of non-compliance with bond requirements if an increase is rejected and delayed, isn't the RPB under significant pressure to grant the rate increase, even if it has a little extra in it?
So for RWA, the way the rate applications work, when they're an issuance test rate application, we would not be able to issue the additional debt that requires the rate increase until the rate increase was actually approved. And the additional debt is helping to fund the capital program.
what does the OCA mean when it says that the application's required to enable the authority to meet the issuance test? Is that for upcoming debt or
It-
existing debt?
It's inclusive of the upcoming debt because for RWA, there's coverage requirements that we need to make. And we need to pass an issuance test certification to issue new debt, and we need the rates in place to cover that additional debt.
Okay. Does it also cover existing debt?
It does cover existing debt.
Okay. Do you believe that the authority, and by that I mean this authority, do you believe their power to reduce rate increase requests benefits ratepayers?
I personally don't believe that in the long run, if it's impeding the utility's ability to put the infrastructure and other investments that are needed to support providing high-quality water.
In comparison to PIRA, doesn't the RPB's limited choice of granting either the whole rate request or denying the whole rate request tend to handicap their ability to make sure that rates are only just and equitable and not a little bit more?
I don't believe so. I actually have experience from private water utilities and the whole additional process that one goes to, sort of going in, perhaps not expecting that you're going to get all the, rate recovery. And it's our process, we believe, is cleaner. We ask for what we need, and it's either a yes or no.
Well, you stated last week that rating agencies look favorably upon RWA's rate increases, both as to frequency and amount, I assume. Their focus is on creditworthiness and investment risk rather than ratepayer interests, isn't it?
They're an independent rating agency, but the interest of the authority, keeping in mind that we're here to support the public. And it's a bit different because there's not like two interests, the customers and the equity investors. So as a public authority, we're also looking out for the customers.
I understand that, but I asked you about the focus of credit rating agencies, not your authority. And I asked you whether the credit rating agencies focus upon creditworthiness and investment risk rather than ratepayer interests. The rating agencies.
They're rating us based on, they're protecting, in our case, the bondholders and the creditworthiness of the entity.
Yeah. I've seen, I guess, your projected savings I've seen two numbers. One is 365 million over 10 years, and I've also seen 350, perhaps in interrogatory responses. Which number should I be focusing on? The 10-year projection.
350 million was in the pre-file testimony as an estimate. The subsequent exhibit, the exact number, I think one said approximately. The number that was calculated by our M&A advisor was 365 within the first 10 years.
Okay, so that's an updated estimate.
One was a approximate number, and one is the number that actually is on the exhibit.
If the interest rate spread, and this is based on the difference in terms of cost of capital, the lower cost of capital of the authority versus an investor-owned.
It's primarily based on that. We have a late filed exhibit that will break out the components.
Okay. If the interest rate spread between tax-exempt and taxable bonds narrows during this 10-year period, would the projected savings of 365 narrow proportionately?
It could, but keep in mind that the 6.46%, which is the weighted average cost of capital that that analysis is based on, has an equity component. The equity component that is within that 6.46% is 8.7%. And if that number goes up, the savings actually increase.
Right.
It works in
So-
both directions.
So, okay, I'll accept that, that's fine. Can you provide as a read-in the net present value of the $365 million savings?
Not it, perhaps is a late filed exhibit, I would say.
Okay, that's fine. Madam Chair, may I have that?
Yes, I will mark that as the late file exhibit 20.
Was it 20?
20, correct.
Thank you. Just so I'm clear, and Mr. Sarah, this is probably for you, is the $64 million rate case projection in ADJ 7 the same as the 28% rate increase you project in COG 9?
The 28 million
That 28%, I think.
the 28% is based on what's in our business plan. The $64 million has been updated based on, more current data, which results in 31%.
I mean, we're not talking about two different rate cases, are we? The 64 million that you had projected, whether updated or not, and then again, also a 28%. I mean, this is the same
The
rate case, right?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. You testified last week that you felt that the rate increase would be fully justified.
Yes, I did.
In your 30-plus years at Aquarion, have you always felt that Aquarion rate cases were diligently prepared and fully justified?
Yes,
And despite that belief, PURA generally, and DPUC before that, generally has not granted all that Aquarion has asked for, has it?
correct.
If you did not recover, if AWC, that is, assuming that you had to file, if you did not recover all of the 64 or whatever the updated amount is, that are projected, or the other increases projected in COG 9, that includes rate increases for subsequent years after the 28%, correct? COG 9.
Correct.
Okay. If you were not granted all of those that you project, would that reduce the 365 million of savings?
That 365 million, it was done using the same capital plan as for either Aquarion going forward or AWA. It was done purposely to be fair to the analysis, to make sure that the capital investment for each scenario was done on the same capital investment.
Okay, but it's still, in order to calculate savings, you have to take into account rates, don't you?
The 365 million is the difference in the revenue requirement under the current ownership model for Aquarion and under the AWA model, using the same capital investment.
I understand the capital investment part, but the revenue requirement part relates to rates, correct?
In either situation, it relates to rates. Both entities will have a revenue requirement.
And so if the rate increase projections that are set forth, both with respect to the $64 million, whatever number that is now, and also the predicted rate increases in COG-9, if PURA doesn't grant the amounts requested, would that reduce the projected 365 million of savings? In other words,
think
if you
you're-
got a lower
We would have to
rate-
look at it again because what we're trying to do in that exhibit is sort of a like-for-like comparison as to what the revenue requirement is primarily driven by under the current ownership. There's an equity component and there's a debt component. In the other scenario, there's primarily tax-exempt debt that has a lower cost of capital.
and that tax exempt debt has a lower cost of capital now, but I think you acknowledged last week that there are times when taxable debt and tax exempt debt is very close, if not equal.
I believe I said if taxable was higher, it would be an anomaly. I didn't have all the data to say that that never happened, so I said it, may have happened.
Mhm.
But generally speaking, there's approximately a 1% difference. Also, another thing that impacts the cost of capital has to do with credit ratings. And actually, the indicative ratings that AWA got are actually higher than Aquarion's current ratings.
What is the projected amount of AWA's first rate increase?
It was of AWA, the model that we have was a little under 18 million. From memory, it was OCC 42. It was about 8.35%. That does cover the initial capital investment as well as some minimal increases in operating expenses.
If this transaction were approved sometime late this year, would that leave AWA enough time to prepare a rate increase that could become effective in 2026?
Not in our fiscal 26, so
What is,
OCC.
I'm sorry,
42
what is your fiscal year? Is it not calendar year?
It's not a calendar year. It's 6/1, June 1st through May 31st. And we believe, and Lucy can also chime in, but due to the transaction, Aquarion has delayed in filing a rate application.
Would you be willing to postpone AWA's first rate increase? I mean, beyond your current expectations?
We understand that there's a concern about the timing of the rate increase, and we'll take that under advisement.
Do you agree that an investor-owned utility in Connecticut can only earn on depreciated book value of rate-based assets?
Not necessarily, because I do think there has been some exceptions where a premium has been granted, some type of premium, and there's other states, not Connecticut, that have fair market value
Okay,
legislation.
Madam Chair, but I understand the desire to allow the witness to answer fully, but that was not my question at all, and I would like the ability to be able to bring her back to what I asked, if I may. I think this answer is getting into non-responsive territory.
Thank you, Attorney McLeod. Does the company want to be heard?
I think we generally have no problem with Attorney McLeod following up. I just don't want him to talk over her as she's trying to make a point.
All right. Attorney McLeod, I appreciate your concern. As we covered last week in an administrative hearing, we've been, PURA's historic practice is generally to allow the witness to elaborate on their response. I do take your point with respect to whether the elaborated response is responsive. So I would issue the same instruction that I did last week. I'll restate that I do need both the attorneys and the witnesses not to speak over each other. And then the witnesses to, listen carefully to the question being asked. We are looking for a responsive answer subject to your counsel's interruption with an objection. So Attorney McLeod issued an instruction. We'll ask that that folks do their best to abide by that. And if you need to follow up, you're certainly free to do that. So
Thank
Attorney
you, Madam
McLeod.
Chair.
I believe, subject to check, that there have been instances where some premium recovery has been allowed.
Okay, I'm not asking you really about acquisitions. I'm asking you about rates and rate cases. And I'm going to repeat the question and see what your response is. Do you agree in Connecticut that an investor-owned utility can only earn on depreciated book value of rate-based assets?
Unless there is an exception along the lines of what I just mentioned.
Okay. Disregarding acquisitions, if a utility was coming into PURA for a rate case, would normal rate-making principles allow them to earn only on the depreciated book value of rate-based assets?
They would, well, as well as expenses, because expenses also come into play regarding revenue requirement, and keeping in mind that the authorized rate, there's a return on equity and there's a return on debt that comes into play, and that equity component is considerable.
Does the combined rate base of both Aquarion and Torrington Water Company include a fair value adjustment?
We defer to Aquarion if there was any fair value adjustment.
The rate base includes the cost of the assets less the depreciation. It does
Okay,
not
is that,
include
is that
fair market.
book cost?
Yes.
Okay. What is the combined rate base of Torrington Water Company and Aquarion Water Company?
So I believe the rate base is about 1.3. However, as we responded to in our interrogatories, that is not the net book value of the assets. The net book value of the combined assets is about 1.8 million. And that is prior to a fair market value adjustment, because AWA is not just buying the assets, it's buying the entire operation. And any buyer, regardless of the type of entity they are, would be paying at enterprise value and not just buying the assets. And that's not how it would be valued.
I think interrogatories RRU 56, COG 29, and the balance sheet that was submitted as an exhibit to your application state that net utility plant of AWC and TWC is 1.756. Is that the correct figure?
I believe 1.765 rounded to 1.8. And that is as of 12/31/2004, and is expected to be a bit higher at the end of 12/31/2025.
Okay. I think the number you repeated may not have been the number I read, but just to make sure we're talking about the right number, it's the number that you put in those interrogatory responses I mentioned?
Yeah, yes.
Okay, because I don't know whether I have a typo here or but that's the correct number in the interrogatory responses.
Right, approximately 1.8 billion.
Okay. If we take a look at the sources and uses table that was attached to COG 46 as attachment 1, that's the one that I think totals up the total debt and also the uses of the debt as 2.614, well, call it 2.615 billion. Do you have that?
Yeah, yes.
Okay. Is that net of the Unitil sale pertaining only, does it pertain only to AWC and TWC?
Yes.
Okay. COI and other costs, that's cost of issuance and costs related to the acquisition?
Yeah, The biggest part is related to the like issuance costs as well as our bridge commitments, but there are some other costs that were related to the acquisition.
Okay.
A smaller component.
Is it fair to refer to that $50 million number you have there as acquisition-related costs?
It would not be fair to because a good part of it is related to the actual cost of issuance, like underwriter's fee and everything associated with the actual issuance. As I mentioned earlier, I believe on Thursday, in response to one of the questions, we are getting a surety for the debt reserve requirement, and that's one of the larger components of that cost of issuance.
But if you were not, you're using that debt for acquisition, correct?
Can you repeat the question? It's a
Sure.
cost
You're
of
like-
the acquisition. It's
Yeah,
a cost of the acquisition.
yes. You're paying for the acquisition with that debt.
Correct.
Okay. How much of the 2.614,991 is the exact number? How much of that will be covered in rates, AWA rates?
So it will all be covered. 255 million is for capital expenditures, initial requirements. So it's not part of the acquisition per se, but we do need to have capital to fund the going forward capital expenditures.
So you would be paid for those capital expenditures as soon as your first rate increase takes effect?
The first rate increase is covering the 255 million.
If you were an investor-owned utility, would you be able to collect on capital expenditures ahead of time, or would you have to wait until they had gone into service?
It depends on the jurisdiction.
Okay,
Here-
Connecticut.
So yes, I believe Connecticut is a historical test year. That's not the environment that a authority works under. So an authority works under a requirement. You can see this in our submission of the general bond resolutions, that before you can issue the debt, you need to demonstrate that you have revenues to cover it.
Does the excess of purchase price acquisition, let me start again. Does the excess of purchase price plus acquisition costs over net utility plant represent either an operating expense or a cost of water service?
If the question is, so we're using debt to acquire Aquarion. Keeping in mind that Aquarion today has millions of dollars of debt, so part of the debt that we're issuing is just taking out the existing debt, and then the incremental amount is taking out the equity component.
Does the excess of the purchase price plus acquisition costs over net utility plant represent either an operating expense or a cost of water service?
Debt service, the debt service on the acquisition debt will be embedded in the cost of service, just like it is today when there's an equity and debt component in the current model, in the current business model.
All right. What is the purchase price plus acquisition costs? What's that number?
It's in the exhibit, the base purchase price. In the exhibit is the base purchase price. A couple other key things I want to mention, and this was in our exhibit. First of all, just to be transparent, the final structure of the debt is going to be based on the market conditions at the time, and we're continuing to optimize what the structure is. So I wanted to make that point. We're calling the base purchase price the base purchase price. There are conventional adjustments to what that final purchase price might be per the PSA. So I just wanted to be transparent about that.
Maybe you can help me a little bit. I'm assuming that in that exhibit, the purchase price is 2.25?
The base purchase price.
Okay. Acquisition costs, I'm starting with 50 million in the sources and uses.
Including cost of issuance, which is the significant component, including the surety for the debt reserve, yes.
Okay. And net utility plant is that 1.765 or 56, whatever it is number?
The capital expenditures are the 255 million.
No, I'm sorry. I'm not looking at the sources and uses table at this point. I'm looking at what the net utility plant is, which I think was expressed on the balance sheet attached to the application. That was 1.765 or so.
That sounds correct.
Okay. So the difference between, I have a feeling you might be better at numbers than I am, but I think the difference between 2.25 plus 50 million, that would be 2.75?
Ask the question again.
Okay. I hate to ask this question because it betrays my math incapability, but 2.25 billion
So 2.5.
plus 50 million.
2.5 though includes the 255 million.
Okay, what are the costs of acquisition? Legal, due diligence, investment bankers, blah, blah, et cetera.
That's approximately correct. That's the 50 million is the cost of issuance plus other acquisition related. The base price is
Do you have an estimate as to what the cost of issuance is, a round number?
the 50 million. That's the estimate of the cost of issuance. That includes all the underwriter's fee, all the bond counsel fees, all the banker's fees. It includes the surety. It includes the make-whole. It includes all those costs.
Okay. So the total of that 50 and the 2.25 is 2.75 billion.
It's 2.3.
Hmm?
It's 2.3.
Okay. That's why I asked you to do it. Okay. Okay, less the 1.765. What does that number come out to?
That's, if where you're going is that's the premium, that's not how we're looking at it. Because our premium is pure goodwill, and this transaction is currently estimated to be probably less than 100 million on a preliminary basis. There will be a fair market value adjustment on the net plant.
I understand those things. I am still trying to get an answer to the question of what regardless of other aspects of this and how you might treat it, I would like an answer to the question of what the excess of purchase price plus acquisition costs over net utility plant is.
So if it's 2.3 minus 1.5, it's 0.8, but that's not how we're looking at it. 500 million. 2.3 billion minus 1.8 is 500.
Okay.
Again, for the record, that's not how we're looking at it, and that's not going to be what the premium is. And keeping in mind that currently the weighted average cost of capital that's authorized includes the equity component.
How is the 500 million figure that we've come up with here? How would that amount be recorded for accounting purposes?
So our preliminary accounting is in the opening balance sheet. So the 1.8, I'm going to round the numbers. So you have 1.8 billion roughly as of 12/31/2024. You have an estimated fair market value assumption that's almost 300 million. That is, there's some more diligence going on that. We've engaged M&A advisor To further refine that, we've engaged a Connecticut appraiser to do actual appraisals on 6 properties, but that's estimated right now at approximately $300 million. And the $255 million is going to go to the, there's going to be capital associated with that.
Or that 255 is from your sources and uses table?
Correct.
Was that it? Okay. So getting back to the $500 million figure that we just spent time on, how will that amount be recorded for?
So
accounting
of the
purposes?
500,000, approximately.
Million,
Of
right?
the 500 million, approximately 300 million is going to be part of the opening balance for net plan, because we're going to do
I'm
as
sorry, the opening what for that plant?
the opening balance sheet is going to have a fair market value adjustment that we're going to record. This is appropriate under governmental accounting. It's actually appropriate even under non-governmental accounting. That's currently estimated, we believe conservatively, to be about 300 million. There is another approximately 100 million, a little bit over, that our accounting and tax advisor, KPMG, worked on for intangible assets. That's the reputational value as well as the assembled workforce. That was a little over 100 million. And that comes down to approximately less than 100 million, and that's before adjusting for the net plant that's going to go into service between the end of December and this upcoming, calendar year 2025.
Is Connecticut a fair value adjustment state?
For accounting purposes, you record a fair market value.
Do Connecticut utility regulators allow fair value adjustments?
I think that's immaterial to the transaction, because we're demonstrating that we can demonstrate savings, we can demonstrate that the equity component is going away, we can demonstrate that the increases that we're projecting are due to the capital investment. In just the first 10 years, there's over $2 billion of capital investment in our projections.
I understand what you think, but I'm asking you whether Connecticut regulators allow fair value adjustments.
So Connecticut is not a fair market value state. I do understand that there have been instances where some premiums have been granted, subject to check.
Thank you. You mentioned, and that would be the 300 million, roughly.
I would consider it the 100 million.
No, let me clarify. The fair value adjustment that you would utilize is approximately 300 million, maybe 293 exactly, I think.
We put in, actually, we do tend to be conservative, a conservative estimate. As I mentioned, that's being due diligence, so it will be at least that, like 263 million.
Okay. And then you mentioned intangible assets, workforce,
Assemble workforce
reputation.
and reputation.
Okay. Utility rates already include the payroll costs of employees, don't they? As an operating expense?
An operating expense, as well as when appropriate, labor can be capitalized as cost of the capital program as well, capital project.
But if you are already paying in rates for the cost of employees, what justification is there for a further charge for employees based on there being an intangible asset?
That's not, it's part of the enterprise value, so it's part of the opening balance sheet, because we're buying the entity, not just buying the assets. So part of buying the entity, there's value in already having an assembled workforce, and already, as we've discussed, Aquarion has a very positive reputation, and that also has value.
all of which I'm sure justify an acquisition premium as far as you're concerned.
Small acquisition premium.
Um, Are the net intangible assets, am I using the right term there, for the 131 million?
Yeah.
Are those things that an employee, that an Aquarion customer uses as part of water service? Reputational value?
I think reputational value does attest to the service that Aquarion's currently providing. And if they did not have a positive reputation, the enterprise value of Aquarion would be lower.
Is that an actual cost of service?
It's
Reputational
an
value?
asset, and the way that it's a asset of AWA and become an asset that will be amortized. And again, we're not asking for any rate relief from the acquisition. The rate increases are being driven by the over $2 billion just in the first 10 years of the additional capital investment.
Is any part of the, I'm going to the $500 million figure that we talked about. Is any part of that figure included in attachment 1 to OCC 42 in the rate case expected rate increases and revenue?
The debt service on the acquisition is included with that model, as is all the ongoing capital within that model.
Okay, so you do build in the 500 million that we've talked about.
We built in the entire debt service on the acquisition.
I think I have my answer. Can you provide a late filed exhibit showing what AWA's projected rate increases and revenue requirements would be over 10 years if that $500 million were removed from AWA rates?
It could be done, but it's not pertinent, in my opinion, because we're going to need, the transaction is approved where the whole, all the debt service needs to be covered. So I'm not sure the relevance.
I understand that, but it may be informational. Can you provide that? Is it something you can do?
I will confer with our bankers because the model was generated by them, and if they can do it, we'll provide it.
Madam Chair, may I have a late filed exhibit showing that 500 million removed from exhibit, the attachment 1 to OCC 42?
To OCC 42, sir? Is it?
Yes, OCC 42, attachment 1.
Okay, I'll mark that as late file exhibit 21.
Thank you. In OCC 122, you state that under GAAP, goodwill or an acquisition premium is the amount paid over and above fair market value. Connecticut does not recognize fair value adjustments, correct? We already agreed on that?
Connecticut is not a fair market value state.
Okay. If Aquarion were being sold to an investor-owned utility, would the adjustment premium be allowed to be decreased by a fair value adjustment?
Ask the question again.
If Aquarion were being sold to an investor-owned utility, would the would the acquisition premium be allowed to be decreased by a fair value adjustment?
It may not be. However, an investor-owned is still going to be paying the enterprise value, and their recovery is going to be on a going forward basis for all the capital investment that's required and the equity and debt component, because a investor-owned would not purchase Aquarion if they did not think they were going to get a return, my opinion.
You have said that for financial reporting, the acquisition premium is expected to be small. This is, I believe, after you have adjusted net utility plant by the fair value adjustment, which is not recognized in Connecticut, and also the intangible assets.
Correct.
All right. If you added back the 394 million that are represented by those two items, the acquisition premium would be a lot higher, wouldn't it?
If that's a math question, yes, but that's
That's
not,
why I'm asking.
that's not how it works.
Uh,
And RWA's done other acquisitions, and they have intangible and they have goodwill, and that's part of the proper accounting.
Are you aware that Eversource's acquisition of Aquarion from Macquarie and Macquarie's acquisition of Aquarion from Kelda in 2007 and 2017, I believe it was, for Eversource, were stock acquisitions, stock purchases?
This is also a stock acquisition.
Yes, exactly. And is it therefore fair to say, just as you describe AWA's intended acquisition of Aquarion on page 4 of your rebuttal testimony, that each of these Aquarion transactions, and I'll throw in Aquarion's acquisition of Torrington as well, involved buying the entire business, not just the plant, but also buying employees, reputational value, cash flows, et cetera?
Correct. That's, and AWA is doing the same thing. And again,
Okay.
the rate increases are not being driven by the acquisition. It's being driven by the ongoing capital investment, which is the case under any ownership model.
Do you know whether either Eversource or Macquarie in their acquisitions recovered any of the acquisition premiums they paid in rates?
I would defer to others to answer that question.
No,
They did not recover acquisition premiums
that's correct.
in those stock purchases.
Correct.
I would argue, though, they recovered it in another way, because to the extent that there's a return on the rate base, the incentive is actually to put additional capital in so they could return, so they are recovering the enterprise value.
To the best of your knowledge, is it pure of practice if it allows recovery of acquisition costs, not acquisition premium, but acquisition costs? If it allows that recovery at all, is it pure as practice to defer consideration of recovery of acquisition costs until subsequent rate cases when it can be proven that savings have offset costs?
That could be the case.
Okay.
Again, this is
Mr.
a
S-
totally different model.
Understood. Mr. Sira, do you recall that in the purchase of Torrington Water Company, Aquarion did not recover its merger premium of approximately 48 million?
I agree with that.
Okay. Do you have any sense of what an RWA board member's monthly time commitment is?
I'm not going to speculate as to the time that they spend.
In terms of becoming an AWA board member in addition to being an RWA board member, what kind of increase would you expect in a board member's time commitment? Do you,
I would expect that it would probably more than double.
more than double? Okay. How about your own time commitment? You and Mr. Lakshminarayanan.
I would think given, speaking for myself, given the time that I've spent on this deal, as well as still being, the CFO of RWA, I would expect the same level of effort to continue.
Thank you. Are you aware that OCA, in reviewing both the 2025 and 2026 budgets, expressed concern with RWA's ability to successfully manage and execute multiple significant projects concurrently, and stated that doing so would demand flawless execution? And I can give you the sites in those letters if you'd like.
No, I'm familiar with that.
Okay. Is it fair to anticipate that if this transaction is approved, your first year of involvement with AWA will require more than the usual time demands due to familiarizing yourself with Aquarion operations, processes, people, et cetera?
I would agree with that, but I believe it will replace the extensive time that I've spent for over a year now working on this acquisition. So I think that time will, that I'll need to attend to Aquarion will replace all the time that's been involved in working on the transaction.
You were already a full-time employee of RWA before this transaction, correct?
Correct.
Can
If I
you
just
guarantee?
add to that response?
Oh,
I
sure.
think going to the question which you had raised even last Thursday, I think there will be a separate chief operating officer for the regional water authority, the way that it is structured.
Mhm.
So both AWA as well as RWA will have their own chief operating officers who will manage everyday operations. So the CEO and CFO will actually tend to be more managing the synergies and strategies of the joint, both the authority structures. But in terms of everyday operations, the managerial ability to manage everyday operations will rest on those COOs and the presidents.
But it is still in addition to your responsibility and time commitment, assuming that the role of chief executive officer is the role of chief executive officer at either.
It is a joint commitment per se, but the COO is the everyday operational head that runs each of these entities.
Did the RWA have a COO before this acquisition? Does it now?
It doesn't now. It doesn't have one. It does not.
Okay. You intend to hire somebody else?
Exactly.
Can you guarantee this authority? When I say this authority, I mean Public Utilities Regulatory Authority, that there will never be a conflict of interest between the interests of AWA and RWA or their customers?
I can't envision what that conflict would be, given.
Did you say can or cannot?
I cannot envision what that conflict would be.
In response to West COG 42, you do say that boards may have to review intercompany agreements. And I assume that if it gets up to the board level, it's probably a significant agreement.
I believe we said may, if appropriate. We're not envisioning, as an example, like the existing agreement between RWA and Aquarion would get to the board level.
I understand that, but I mean, that suggests a possibility.
There is a possibility, but again, I don't see that being a conflict.
And I believe that one of your responses, ADJ 17, said that In the event of potential conflict, a board member must balance his or her legal and ethical obligations and prioritize interests of those they serve. Is that correct?
I believe that's what it says, yes.
Okay. If you get into prioritizing the interests of RWA and AWA, doesn't that mean that one is going to come out on top and one will be a lesser priority?
Again, given that the AWA board is going to opine on AWA matters and the RWA board is going to opine on RWA matters, and given that there's no like financial incentive for these board members to do anything but what's appropriate, it's hard to imagine what would be a conflict.
In reference to the RPB's power to remove a board member, which you mentioned last week,
Correct.
I'm looking at everybody seated at that table there, and my guess is that I'm seeing a total of at least 100 years of experience with corporations. And so I'm asking, in your combined 100 or so years of corporate experience, how many times you've actually seen a corporate director removed from a board for cause? Hearing, is that a no?
I can't think back about that, but again, this is the RPB, a board themselves that would potentially be removing a
Yeah.
authority board member,
Yes.
which is a little bit different than a corporate board.
I understand that, but I think you've likened the AWA and RWA boards to boards of directors, and that's why I'm asking that way. Are you aware that governance structure is a very sore point with the towns and residents in the Aquarion service area?
We know that some towns have expressed a concern. Some towns have expressed a concern.
Referring to your statements on page 7 of the rebuttal testimony that the governance structure of AWA mirrors RWA's longstanding and successful governance structure, does RWA have, or has it ever had, a majority of its board composed of appointees from another authority?
No, not under the RWA structure.
Has RWA ever had members of another public water authority on its board?
No, given how RWA was created, I think we know the history of how RWA was created. So the district towns have representatives on the representative policy board.
Yes.
They
but-
appoint the authority board members.
No. Yes, but I believe your answer was that RWA has never had members of another public water authority on its board.
That's correct.
Okay. Has it ever had members who were not residents of its service area on its board?
RWA hasn't, but in the regular session, when RWA was going to expand its authority board to 7 members from the current 5, the 2 could be from outside the district.
Are they now?
No, there's still 5 members.
Okay, so it has not,
It has
going
not,
back to its
it-
creation
it has-
until now.
correct.
Okay. Has the CEO or the CFO of a smaller regional authority ever simultaneously been the CEO or the CFO of RWA?
I believe we answered no. However, in a corporate structure, there's often a CEO and CFO that has responsibility for more than one legal entity. It's actually very common.
Um, Both RWA and AWA are political subdivisions of the state, correct? They're not corporate structures in the sense of a publicly traded corporation,
Correct, they're not publicly traded.
and they are political subdivisions.
Correct.
And they have their own separate operating areas and specific boundaries, right?
Correct.
Would you agree that control of public bodies in this state generally involves proportionate representation?
That's not how the enabling legislation is structured.
Who drafted the enabling legislation?
Believe the enabling legislation is appropriate. We've indicated that a key aspect of the thinking of having the RWA board members have a majority is the familiarity with the authority structure, which is, different, and there's learning that has to occur with how an authority operates.
All right, I'm using your words that the structure of AWA mirrors the structure of RWA's longstanding governance. And by longstanding, that takes us back to the time of creation of RWA, correct?
Takes us back to approximately 1977.
All right, now, who was around at that point to show RWA how to be a public authority? What board members did you get from another public authority to show you how to be an authority?
We actually got, so in 1977, between 1977 and 1980, the board actually was formed. It was a different scenario to some degree back then. And so there was actually an RPB that was put in place, which came from the towns within the district.
Well, I understand the RPB aspect, but my question relates to the board. I believe you said that one of the reasons that you put a majority of RPB, of RW, let me see. If I get this
Authority board members. Authority board, I think is what you're
Of
looking for.
RWA, RPB appointed individuals on the AWA board is because of their familiarity with how an authority board works.
Correct.
And I'm asking you, that's different from what happened when RWA was created, correct? You did not have, in other words, you did not have a majority of some other public authorities board on RWA's initial board.
Correct. The circumstance was different, then it doesn't mean that this is not more beneficial.
How many people does it take? I'll withdraw that. Is it really necessary to have 6 people teaching AWA how to be a public authority, or is that really the job of maybe 2 or 3, assuming you get the knowledge across?
I think that there is a transition in understanding how a private entity would operate as an authority. I think it'll be the board. I think there'll be management also involved in certain key areas.
Management of whom?
I think RWA management that has experience is an example, like the CFO and the CEO.
Mhm. Okay, so getting back to the board, why is it necessary to have a majority in order to impart knowledge about how to be a public authority?
It's how the enabling legislation is currently written.
And if you had chosen to write that enabling legislation with a majority of AWA members, if that were the way that you had submitted it to the legislature, it would have been adopted that way, wouldn't it?
Potentially, but that's not how it was submitted, and that's not the
But you
current law.
chose, you're the people that authored that legislation. You're the people that chose to put an RWA appointed majority on the board, correct?
We thought it was beneficial, yes.
Because you thought it was beneficial. Okay, you mentioned transition. If it is something that you wish to help AWA out in transition, why is it necessary to permanently have an RWA appointed majority on the board?
So the way the enabling legislation is currently written, that's the requirement. It doesn't mean that at some future point that the enabling legislation could not be changed. RWA has changed enabling legislation multiple times.
Okay, would you be willing to support a legislative amendment in the very near future that changes the composition of the board to a majority of AWA appointed members?
We would need to take that under advisement.
How long would you need to take it under advisement?
I think for the time being, I think we have heard these ideas and concerns during our meetings earlier. And this is something that we will take it as, an idea to kind of confer with the existing RPB as well as the board members. So certainly, it is something that an idea that we will take back.
When you say you heard this in your meetings earlier, is that your meetings with towns?
Yes.
Okay. And so you've had a considerable period of time already to know that towns are interested in this change.
We have expressed similar, I would say, thoughts in terms of taking it back and considering as an idea
Okay, well,
that we can work on.
but there has been no action that you have taken in response.
We've been continuing this process, so I think, once the process comes to fruition, that's when we will have to consider
What process is it that you're,
the application process.
okay. Well, there's no time like the present, I suppose, if there are issues involved in the application to address it.
I think as we pointed out, the statute is what the statute is for the time being.
The statute is what the statute is because that's how you wrote it, correct?
And it was approved.
Oh, yes, it was approved the way you wrote it, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You pretty much controlled the legislative language, if I'm correct.
We submitted the legislative language, yes.
You have stated in your rebuttal testimony, I'm going to paraphrase, the idea that no other governance structure gives a water company or public authority more local control than the AWA structure that you have proposed, correct?
It epitomizes local control, yes.
Wouldn't you agree that RWA, without having any members from another authority on its board, and even MDC not having any members from another town or outside its service area on its board, have more local control than what you're proposing for AWA?
AWA has a represented policy board totally separate from RWA, and it's the RPB that's making like key decisions on rates, on capital programs, on acquisitions. And that is absolutely local control because the chief executive officers of each of those towns are appointing their person.
Yes, and that's the same way that the RWA RPB is set up, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So my question related to your testimony that there's no other water utility structure that could have more local control than what you proposed for AWA. And in that regard, it seems to me that if you have one authority that has strictly residents of its own service area on its board, and also an RPB that is strictly residents of its own service area, doesn't that authority have more local control than the AWA would with a majority board composed of residents who are not in its service area and also an RPB comparable to the RWA RPB that is composed of representatives from towns? It's the board level where they separate, isn't it?
I think the RPB does epitomize local control. And so the RWA and the AWA RPBs are two separate boards, and they have representatives from their service
Couldn't
territory.
you make the AWA board a better example of local control if you gave it a majority of members from AWA?
So we'll take that under advisement.
You know, let's say that this transaction gets approved. When will taking it under advisement ever come to fruition? What can we count on? What can I tell the towns? What can you tell the towns about taking into account and acting upon their concern that they don't have a majority vote in their own area?
For today, we can say that we'll take it under advisement.
If it were contained in a condition of approval, would that be acceptable to you?
We don't have power over, just to be clear, we don't have power over the legislation and whether or not a change would be approved or not. And for today, we can say that we'll take it under advisement.
Just out of curiosity, do you think it's appropriate for people outside of one political subdivision to be telling people of another political subdivision what to do regarding important things like water policy, water rates, water supply?
As I mentioned, the concept behind the majority is to have experienced individuals with an authority, and we believe that's beneficial. And you
So
can disagree with that premise.
So how long is it going to take for a board to get experienced? A year, 2 years? Why do you permanently have to institutionalize a situation where RWA has board control through a majority?
I believe last Thursday, we said that is currently the statute. So today, at this moment, we can't commit to changing a statute.
Just to add to the whole concept, right? So I think it's looked at it in a binary fashion, whether it's going to be 6 or 5. I think the way to look at this concept is to have 11 members operating as one board, right? So whether you look at a corporate board or whether it's going to be a public authority, it's a not-for-profit. And if you look at the existing board composition of 5 members, they come from different towns who are just land-owned communities. They don't really have customers that regional water serves. There are folks who have a significant amount of customers like New Haven who sit on the board. There are small towns where significantly less customers are there. But when you look at the board proceedings, they act as one. There is not a significant amount of polarization you would see between land-owned community towns being represented on the 5-member authority, or I would say a city like New Haven, which has a significant amount of customers. So the way they work is completely nonpartisan, non-binary. We believe the 11 members would act in a similar fashion. So I think that is the concept, idea, and the motivation behind having the 11 members. The 6 and 5, as Rochelle pointed out, was the initial, I would say, the way that you can actually get the curve pretty fast. And just one other nuance to it is, just like the RPB has committees, there are very different committees that each of these members head. There is a strategic affairs committee, there is a compensation committee, there is a pension committee. So there is a lot of work that goes into these committee members. And I think it is just not to be looked at in a binary fashion.
Would an AWA appointed majority be acceptable to towns within the RWA service area?
As Rochelle said, today we will take it under advisement.
I understand
is a
that, but
legislative-
let's go back to everything you just said about how it really doesn't make a difference, you know, who's got 6 and who's got 5, because they all do committee work, they all act in the interests of their respective whatever. Given that, and given the disproportionately large size of AWA in comparison to RWA in terms of operation, land, customers, miles of pipe, et cetera, any metric you want to choose. Would your towns find it acceptable to have a majority of AWA members on the board?
As we said, today we will take it under advisement because it is a legislative change. So we can't commit to any legislative changes sitting here. So I think, we will have to approach it when the time is ripe.
You lay a lot at the feet of the legislation. I keep coming back to the point that you drafted that legislation, correct? Not you personally, but RWA. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you knew at the time you drafted it with an RWA majority, you knew of the size disparities between RWA and AWA, correct? You had to.
Correct.
And you nevertheless went ahead and inserted an RWA appointed majority, correct?
For the reasons that we mentioned earlier.
Can you think of any way in which a commitment to install a AWA majority could be enforced short of a legislative change? Is it something that could be put into the GRB that you would commit to a 6-person majority?
It would be inconsistent with the enabling legislation.
Let's say that you were to agree that the 6th member, who could be a resident of anywhere in Connecticut, would have to come from the Aquarion service area upon recommendation of the Aquarion RPB,
So we actually had
excuse me, AWA.
So we had a correction to the record that the 6th member could come from a shared town, but not anywhere in the state of Connecticut.
Thank you for that. Would you be willing to agree to a situation where the 6th member would be appointed upon recommendation by the AWA RPB from a town solely within the AWA service area?
We would need to take that back.
And if so, how would that be enforced? We no longer have Pura if this is approved. Can't go to Pura and say, gee, they didn't live up to their commitment. How do we assure that a commitment like that would be enforced?
Although there's not PURA, there is, of course, there's the enabling legislation, there's rules of practice, there's bylaws. They'll all be drafted for AWA, and they are abided by.
Is this something that could go into the GBR? Would it be binding upon you then?
The GBR, in my opinion, would not be the appropriate place to
Okay.
put that in.
I think on page 29, you state that public ownership of Aquarion by AWA will benefit customers and communities. Would AWA as a standalone public authority enjoy all the benefits of public ownership that RWA now claims for itself if AWA were not affiliated with and operating alongside RWA?
I think that restricts the benefits of the transaction.
On page 20 of your application, you say that AWA debt will cover 100% of investment. Is RWA putting up any part of the purchase price or contributing any acquisition costs it does not expect to have reimbursed?
No, it's not.
Okay, so the entire amount will be covered in rates and paid by AWA ratepayers.
Be paid for by the revenues of Aquarion.
All right. Just to see if we can get beyond the revenues of Aquarion, they would come either from Aquarion or from its ratepayers, correct? No RWA rates, no RWA contribution.
Correct.
Okay. To go back to the prior question about the benefits of public ownership that AWA could enjoy if it were a standalone authority without being affiliated with RWA. The same benefits that RWA now enjoys prior to any affiliation could be enjoyed by AWA after, or if Aquarion were converted into public ownership,
I
correct?
would say not to the same level because we're
No, I-
envisioning things,
I-
not to the same level.
Not to, I'm asking you whether the same benefits that RWA currently enjoys, not that you expect to enjoy, what you currently enjoy without this transaction. Would AWA be able to enjoy those same benefits of public ownership if it were its own authority?
I would say so, but the idea of the two strong utilities acting side by side and having additional advantages would be foregone under that scenario.
Yes, I understand that you're putting that forward as justification. You've also said that AWA would have no problem finding bond investors. So if AWA were to follow RWA's model and become its own authority, could AWA do this transaction without RWA?
I think it would be difficult to do, given the, even in the credit rating reports that we got, it is viewed as positive that the CEO and the CFO, just as an example, would be involved, and that the AWA, being a new authority, would be working alongside of RWA. Those were all positive items and helped support the rating. So I would not expect the rating to be the same under the scenario that you're proposing.
but they could get investors at tax exempt rates.
They probably could. They would need to also, I would say, like, sort of start from scratch, because we already have like a lead underwriter, and a lot of work's gone into how this transaction would work.
Did RWA have, again, your words that the structure and other things mirror the creation and are comparable to the creation of RWA? You didn't have another authority backing you up at the time.
But there was a period of time between 1977 and 1980, between the time that the legislation passed that created RWA and the time it became operational. So yes, there was work that needed to get done during that period.
And it took 3 years of debate, compromise, and coming to appropriate terms with land towns, including a referendum and 60% majority of land towns in favor during that 3-year period that we have skipped here, correct?
I'm not familiar with the details of what transpired during that period, but I know that there was a period between 1977 and 1980 when RWA became operational.
If it is accurate to say that AWA will be a standalone entity, AWA will own Aquarion, and AWA ratepayers will pay the whole purchase price, that Aquarion customers are satisfied with service, and Aquarion has a good track record. And there's no precedent of one regional authority providing a majority of board members for another regional authority. What business does RWA have being in the middle of this transaction?
RWA, or I would say certain individuals within RWA initiated this. We've led it, up until, this point. And we do believe that there's an advantage of having these two strong utilities be sister utilities working alongside of each other.
Do you agree that for this transaction to be approved, it has to be in the public interest?
Yes, and this is strongly in the public interest.
Is widespread public opposition from a majority of municipalities and publicly elected town leaders in the Aquarion service area a strong indication that it is not in the public interest?
We believe there's been considerable misinformation out there and a lack of understanding about this transaction.
Okay. I have no further questions, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. And we are going to take our lunch break in just a moment. Attorney McLeod, did you have the individual available for public comment? The mayor?
Is he here?
Does he wish to
I
provide?
believe, yes, I believe Mayor Loretti is here.
Does Mayor Loretti wish to provide public comment before or after lunch, sir?
Would you, I think he's getting up right now, Madam Chair.
Yes, sir. Please approach the mic. And Robin, you may want to make sure that it's on, of course. Okay, so while we're getting that set, the order of operations here is we're going to take public comment. We're going to break for lunch. And then we are going to resume after lunch with the town's panel. So after lunch, I would ask that the town's witnesses please sit at the witness table. Their attorneys sit in the middle, and then the AWA, RWA, Eversource lawyers are going to be first up to cross. So we will proceed to that after lunch. So Mayor Loretti, please.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, this afternoon. Prior to coming here today, was in Waterbury at a Council of Governments meeting with 18 chief elected officials in our area, which one I'm a part of. Our guest speaker was Sean Scanlon, the Controller of the State of Connecticut, and his topic was property tax reform. And was trying to understand how that might occur. And as I was sitting there listening to some of the comment, I was thinking about this hearing that I was coming today to try to understand where the public benefit really is. If you're me and you've been in this arena for 34 years and have watched the evolution of Aquarion in service to its ratepayers, you have to question, why are we doing this? Where is the benefit? And I have tried to give the benefit of the doubt to understand where that may occur. But when you have a larger, successful entity that has performed with consistency and predictability over an extended period of time, going to a lesser entity, it really harkens to the point of, why are we doing this? Who does this really benefit? And I'm not sure that I know the answer to this, but I do know that the consistency which we have enjoyed with Aquarion and the ratepayers is commendable in the public arena. You know, my job as mayor of my city is to provide a product that is affordable to people and yet maintain a quality that is above or better than what the expectations are. And it gets to be a real balancing act, particularly when you're dealing with the ill will of the state legislature that passes legislations and makes demands that are sometimes impossible to meet. And I say that through experience, not through disagreement or political discourse, but the fact that you wonder where some of this legislation comes from and why. What drives it? And then it becomes law. And then if you're around long enough to be able to understand, then you know why. Where is the public benefit? And so, I stand here today saying that we have been well served. And while I can't speak for everyone, I think it's a fair comment to make on behalf of everyone because facts do matter. The statistics show very strongly of a consistent, affordable product with Aquarion. And so, for me, the jury is still way out there. When you have a special session called and votes are taken at 3 or 4 in the morning, when the public is unavailable to participate or understand or be part of, for me, that's a red flag. You know, if this was so good, it should be done in a regular legislative session in full view. We are here on behalf of the public. That's what our job is. As an elected official, as appointed officials, whether it's state or local, that's our role. And so I think that I've made my point, and I'm not going to belabor some of the things that were already said here today. When you put the two companies side by side, there's a clear difference. Performance and facts do matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, we are going to take our lunch break. We will resume at 1:30.
Want to help or?
I'll grab it. Yep, I'll grab it on the other side. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Awesome.
So we're gonna put this somewhere.
Right. Probably the same place. I'll get that. Yeah.
How are you? Hello.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, he's on the, he's got the parents. Yeah, I don't know if I can. I know. So I'm right there, I'm just gonna check. I'm right back, we're not going. I can take it for you. Normally. Yeah, so there's.
So, what happens is. So what they're doing is they're targeting first people. Anyway, yeah. Nice to meet you. I was gonna say. Oh, no, it's good. Alright, and then I think you guys saw your appearance right before. Yeah, we're still on the same. Oh, no, I meant your appearance. You have. How does that? Well, alright, no problem.
I'll move the chair. Yeah, this. Yep, that green light has to be on.
Keep the chair in between.
Hmm?
Put the chair in between, so we don't share mics.
Okay,
Okay?
sounds good.
No offense.
It's fine with me.
Actually,
I like my personal space. I like my personal space.
Okay. Welcome back. We'll go back on the record. Are there any administrative matters before we resume? Seeing none, let us transition temporarily anyway to the panel on the town of New Canaan, town of Richfield, town of Westport. And Attorney Carroll, if you could please introduce your witness panel and then I will administer the oath.
Very good. This is Deanna Carlson, the first selectman of New Canaan, and Rudy Marconi, the first selectman of Ridgefield.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. If you could please raise your right hand, I'm going to administer the oath. At the end of the oath, if you could acknowledge by stating I do. I swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under pains and penalties of perjury. Thank you. And I'll just warn you in advance, the microphones have to have the green button on and they have to be really directed toward you. Thank you. Attorney Carroll.
Ms. Carlson, did you prepare, assist, or supervise the preparation of your pre-filed testimony dated July 14th, 2025?
I did.
And is it true and accurate to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes,
Do you adopt it as your testimony today?
I do.
And Mr. Marconi, did you prepare, assist, or supervise the preparation of your pre-filed testimony dated July 14th, 2025?
Yes.
Is it true and accurate to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
And do you adopt it as your testimony today?
Yes.
Chairman Gillette, I'd like to request that the pre-filed testimony be entered into the record.
It is admitted. Thank you.
And the panel is available for questioning.
Very good. Thank you. We'll transition into cross-examination first by AWA, RWA, and Eversource. Attorney Hum, please.
Thank you and good afternoon, First Selectman Carlson and First Selectman Marconi. My name is Rob Hum. I represent Eversource, including Aquarion Company and their subsidiaries. And I'm going to ask you some questions on behalf of all the joint applicants, okay? Also, just for clarity, I'm going to ask some questions to the panel as a whole, some questions individually. I'll try to do my best to direct, but if you have any questions of me, just ask me them and I'll try to elaborate. Thank you. So I'm going to start with First Selectman Carlson. Now, you've entered testimony in this proceeding that was just adopted into the record, and that was in your official capacity as First Selectman of the town of New Canaan, correct?
Correct.
And did you personally participate in the drafting of that testimony filed under your name?
I did.
In what way did you participate in the drafting of the testimony?
I wrote a bunch of it. I edited some.
And did you review the final version of the testimony before it was submitted?
I did.
Now, what did you do to prepare in order to present your written testimony in this proceeding?
Well, I've been involved in this transaction since the outset when it came before the legislature. It was raised by a number of residents and our legislators about concerns. And so after hearing about it, I started doing a lot of research on sort of the impacts to our community based on the proposed transaction.
Thank you. And does the information in your written testimony consist of all of your independent thoughts and positions in support of your positions for this change of control proceeding?
As best as I can.
And do you agree with everything presented in your written testimony?
I do.
And with respect to the written testimony, which was submitted as a panel, are there any differences between the interests of New Canaan and the towns of Ridgefield and Westport?
I can't think of any right now.
Okay. Now, you've been the first selectman in your community since 2023, correct?
That's correct.
And how many residents are in the town of New Canaan?
A little over 20,000, not quite 21,000.
What's the,
Less census.
thank you. What's the governance structure of New Canaan?
We have a town charter.
And with respect to that town charter, are there different levels of governance in terms of different groups, boards, committees, commissions that have different responsibilities?
Yes.
Now, in terms of your responsibilities, what are your responsibilities as the first selectman of the town?
So, I act as the day-to-day CEO. So, we are, the selectman board is the purchasing agent for the town of New Canaan. And I handle all sort of executive functions, signing contracts, that kind of thing. I also review budgets. I'm the first level of budget review before it even goes to the Board of Selectmen. So I'll make the first level of, review and analysis and cuts or additions based on that review before it even goes to the Selectmen Board. And then I'm also charged with, instituting the charter. So anything that the Board of Selectmen, the Town Council, which is our legislative board, any ordinances that they pass, I'm in charge of making sure that they are adhered to.
Thank you. And you mentioned the town council. What's the role of the select board as compared to the town council in your town?
So the select board is the purchasing agent, and then the town council is the legislative board.
So you mentioned purchasing agent as one of the responsibilities of the select board. Is it fair to say that the function of the Board of Selectmen is primarily on administration, budget process, I think I heard you mention? Are those the types of things that the select board works on?
Yes,
And is it correct that appropriation requests from all town departments are reviewed by the Board of Selectmen and forwarded with recommendations to the Board of Finance?
correct.
And then
To the town council.
great, thank you. And this would include the annual town budget, correct?
Correct.
So is it fair to say that the governance model that the town of New Canaan has an executive body in the form of the Board of Selectmen that is performing overarching administrative functions and a representative or legislative body in the form of the town council that makes final decisions on financial appropriations?
Correct.
Are the select board members elected at large by townwide voters, or do they represent a specific district within your town?
At large.
And currently, the Board of Selectmen in your town have 2 Republicans on the 3-person select committee and 1 Democrat, correct?
That's correct.
Do the select board members represent the interests of only their individual political party, or are they obligated to look out for the interests of the entire community?
The entire community.
And does that apply to you as an individual selectman? You represent the entire community as opposed to any particular political party, correct?
That's correct.
And how about the town council? Are the town council members elected at large by the townwide voters, or do they represent any particular district within the town?
At large.
And do the town council members represent the interests of any particular political party, or again, do they represent the entire community when making decisions?
Yes, they represent the views of the entire community, but obviously everyone brings with them their political background, so.
And within the town's governance, I mentioned this towards the beginning of my questioning with you, but your town also has a series of boards, commissions, and committees that perform various functions within the town's governance, correct?
That's correct.
And how would you describe the types of boards and commissions that exist in your town's governance structure?
I can list them. I'm not sure I want to describe each one of them, but, we have a health commission, we have a utilities commission, we have what other commissions? We have a conservation commission. I don't know how many you want me to give you.
Sure, thanks. I guess without needing to list them, do you have an estimate in terms of how many different types of boards, commissions, and committees you have within your town?
Oh, goodness. I haven't counted them. There's over 20.
Would you take?
I appoint the members of, the way that those committees are constituted is the first selectman makes a recommendation of who should be on that commission, then it's brought to the Board of Selectmen for approval.
Thank you. And in terms of what that overall number might be, would you agree, subject to check, that based on the town of New Canaan's website, there are at least 13 commissions, 12 committees, and 16 boards and councils for a total of 41 governing groups within New Canaan?
I'd have to look, but I'll take your word for it.
And what would your estimate be in terms of the total number of individual people currently sitting as either elected or appointed members on those 41, subject to check, town boards, councils, and committees?
I can't imagine. I'd have to count it. I'd have to look at I've never counted it.
Would it be fair to say there are probably more than 100?
Yes.
Now, can you please turn to page 8 of your direct testimony if you have it in front of you?
I'm not sure let's see if I have that. I think I do. So, yeah. This is the other one. Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Now, on page 8, you refer to the 60-member AWA Representative Policy Board, and you state, "It is difficult to fathom how this enormous body can function in place of pure as meaningful oversight," correct?
Yes.
And by this sentence, do you mean that it's not possible to have meaningful oversight of functions that are conducted through representative policy boards or committees?
Not a 60 member. I don't know of any boards that I'm aware of that function effectively that have 60 members on them.
Now, as first selectman of your community, have you found it difficult to meet your obligations to protect the interests of the residents of your town because it's necessary to work with the leadership of the town's other elected and appointed boards and commissions?
No, but they don't have a final authority on most, except for like police and fire. Most of the commissions don't have final decision-making authority.
Okay, but there are some that do, like police, fire, maybe education.
That is a separately, as a board of selectmen, we do not oversee the operating budget, as you would know. It's an entity of the state, and it has only budgetary oversight from the Board of Selectmen. So, and that's a separately elected board. So,
Okay.
they have a very different structure than the town governance.
Okay, thank you. Now, has it been your experience that there's little to no value that comes out of the work of the boards, commissions, and committees?
No, they do important work for the community.
And how would you describe that?
They do a lot of research, and they bring ideas to the various elected boards. So, they'll serve an advisory board to me or to the Board of Finance, depending on what the issue is. We look to them for advisory and counsel.
And if that's the case, would you say they have, the members of the boards and commissions have expertise or an ability to work through issues on behalf of the town's residents?
Yes.
And would you say that the governance structure of the town of New Canaan, with an executive body, a multi-member town council, and dedicated participatory boards and commissions, is a structure that is effective in giving residents a voice in town matters, either as individuals or as a community?
Yes.
And would you agree that participation and having a voice in matters that impact people individually and the community as a whole are important concepts?
Yes.
Thank you. And Mr. Marconi, I have some questions for you. Now, you may have heard some of the questions that I asked First Selectman Carlson, but First Selectman Marconi, you've entered testimony in this proceeding in your official capacity as First Selectman of the town of Richfield, correct?
Correct.
And did you personally participate in the drafting of testimony filed under your name?
Yes.
And in what way did you participate in the drafting of your testimony?
Responded to our attorney's review and asking me for input.
And did you review the final written testimony before it was submitted? Thank you. What did you do to prepare in order to present your written testimony in this proceeding?
Reviewed many, many, many years of experience with Aquarion, and concerning the summer legislative session that took place with no public hearing was a concern to me. So provided input to our council.
Thank you. And does the information that's in your written testimony consist of all your own independent thoughts and positions in this change of control proceeding?
Yes,
And do you agree with everything that's presented in your written testimony?
yes, I do.
And I asked this question of First Selectman Carlson, but do you see any difference between the interests of the town of Ridgefield versus the town of New Canaan or the town of Westport?
No, not major differences. We all operate under the same form of government and have been Aquarion customers for a great many years.
Now, you've mentioned the many years for your own individual role. Is it fair to say that you've served the town of Ridgefield and its residents for a long time, correct?
Yes.
How many residents live in the town of Ridgefield?
Depending what your resource is, but 25,033 is the last one I read.
And would you agree that the town of Ridgefield website describes the governance structure of Ridgefield as follows? The town of Ridgefield is governed by a unique grouping of boards, committees, and commissions. All of these bodies work cohesively under the direction of First Select Person Rudy Marconi. Some groups serve dual functions.
Yes.
And is it also correct that the town's website states, the administration of the day-to-day affairs of Ridgefield is led by the First Select Person with policy set by the 5-member Board of Select Persons?
That is correct.
So in this context, how would you describe what you do in your role as the First Selectman of the town?
Administration oversight with all the departments. We have about 26.
Okay. And are the select board members in your town elected at large by the townwide voters, or do they represent any specific district within the town?
Elected by the voters.
And in Ridgefield, do the select board members represent the interests of only their individual political party, or are they obligated to look out for the interests of the entire community?
Hopefully for the entire community.
And same question to you in your role. You also represent the entire community and not any particular political party, correct?
That's correct.
And within Ridgefield's governance, there's also a series of boards, commissions, and committees that perform various functions within the town's governance, correct?
Correct.
And as First Selectman, is it correct that you serve as an ex officio member of all the town boards, committees, and commissions?
That is correct.
And how would you describe the boards, committees, and commissions that exist in Ridgefield's town governance structure?
How would I describe them? They're very active. If it wasn't for volunteers, we wouldn't have the community we have today. We run very thin and depend on the volunteers who serve the many boards and committees.
And what is your estimate of the number of departments and appointed boards, commissions, or committees that are involved in the governance of Ridgefield?
Yeah, I gave you the departments as far as boards and committees. I don't know if it states it on our website, but it's constantly changing. The Board of Selectmen reserves the right through the charter to appoint special committees when the need arises, like studying our form of government, which we just completed, or noise ordinances, and most recently, e-bikes and e-scooters. We've formed special committees for them. So that number is always changing.
Thank you, and that makes sense. Would you agree, subject to check, that the town of Ridgefield's website indicates there are at least 21 departments, 40 appointed boards, commissions, and committees for a total of 61 governing groups on the town of Ridgefield's?
It's approximate, yes.
Thank you. And do you have an estimate of the total number of individuals currently sitting as elected or appointed members on those approximately 61 town departments, appointed boards, commissions, and committees?
They average about 5 to 7 in total. So you could do the math. Elected is a smaller group. Police Commission, Board of Selectmen, Board of Finance, Board of Education, Zoning Board of Appeals, Assessment Appeals, et cetera. Those are elected. Maybe a few more I may have missed. The rest are appointed.
And if you put all those people together, whether elected or appointed, fair to say there's probably more than 150 people serving in
Yes.
those roles? Now, in your bio on the town website, it says that you were elected as first selectman in 1993 and since then re-elected 7 times in that role, correct?
We'll have to fix that.
Oh, okay. What is the correct?
96, 99.
Okay.
Sorry, 99, I was first elected. I was on planning and zoning in 89, Board of Selectmen in 93, and then first selectman in 99,
Okay. Understood. Thank you.
for the record.
Nope. Thank you for the correction there. So your staying power as first selectman demonstrates that, among other things, you found a way to make effective use of the system of boards, commissions, and committees utilizing the expertise within the town's residents, correct?
Correct.
And you are also the chairman of the Western Connecticut Council of Governments, or WestCOG, correct?
That is correct.
And there are 18 municipalities participating in WestCOG, correct?
Yes,
And each municipality has a representative that participates in WestCOG, correct?
that representative should be the CEO, Chief Executive Officer, elected official. When the COGs were consolidated several years ago under Governor Malloy, one of the top priorities was to be sure we had the input of all the chief elected officials. However, some towns do choose to send a representative.
Okay, thank you. And as somebody whose either entire professional life or a large part of your professional life revolves around the work of representative boards, commissions, and committees, do you see a 60-member AWA representative policy board as functioning effectively?
No.
Now, if you can please turn to page 8 of your joint testimony.
Okay.
And this, and I should have clarified before I start beginning here, these are questions for either or both of you, and feel free to answer however you see fit. And if the answer is the same between the two of you, no need to answer twice. So on page 8 of your joint testimony, you state towards the top that from a governance perspective, the structure is not fair, not representative, and puts business and policy decisions relating to our town's water infrastructure in the hands of RWA representatives who are not members of our communities and who owe fiduciary duties to RWA, correct?
Yes.
Now, recognizing that you are not lawyers, this statement suggests that you recognize that members of a public authority owe a fiduciary duty to the public served by that authority. Is that correct?
I believe that.
And just for clarification, First Selectman Carlson, if you do disagree with anything, mention it. Otherwise, I'll assume silence means consent and that it's the same answer across the board. Thank you. Now, as non-lawyers, what is your understanding of the term fiduciary duty?
Financial responsibility to the people.
Is it limited just to financial responsibility?
No, of course not. Covers everything. We represent them.
Now, in your role as first selectman, as you just indicated, each of you have a fiduciary duty to your community, both as an individual and as part of a board of select persons, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
And First Selectman Carlson, in the case of New Canaan, the members of the town council also have a fiduciary duty to the public in New Canaan, correct?
Absolutely.
Now, to each of you, having a fiduciary duty as a public official is a significant legal obligation to carry. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Yes.
Now, in this change of control proceeding, the AWA and the RWA are two different statutory entities, correct?
Correct. I believe they are from what I've
I'll
read.
take your word for it.
Thank you. Do you know whether there's information in the record indicating that members of the authority board will have a fiduciary duty to RWA as a statutory entity and also to the AWA as a different statutory entity, with the RWA and the AWA each serving separate public interests?
Am I aware of it in the record? Is that what your question is?
Yes.
Yes, I am aware that that's in the record.
Okay. Do you agree with that statement?
I'm confused by it, to be very honest with you. I think it's a very complicated structure, and I fail to see how separation is going to be maintained.
Is it your understanding that an authority board member will have leeway to make decisions that are not in the best interests of the AWA and the residents that the AWA is serving?
Can you repeat that,
Sure.
please?
Is it your understanding that an authority board member will have the leeway to make decisions that are not in the best interests of the AWA and the residents that the AWA is serving?
The policy board, are you referring
The
to?
authority board.
The authority board.
The authority board,
Right.
the 11-person board. So I think legally, they have a fiduciary responsibility to the, the policy board and the communities they're serving. It's really, as Rudy was saying, when there might be conflicts between what's going on at the RWA and what's happening at the AWA level. And then, sort of, I think as we've discussed as the community's intervening, the investments that are made in each system and, do they represent Pura currently looks at those investments and decides if they are prudent and worthy of ratepayers paying for those investments. In this new structure, there is no independent oversight of that. And so, you're kind of relying on an independent board to make a decision to make those investments. And, with 60 people approving or not approving, they will not have the day-to-day knowledge to make decisions that might run counter to what the authority board suggests. And it is my understanding that with RWA, the representative policy board for RWA has never denied a recommendation of the authority board, the current authority board. So that's a concern. Whereas Pura has consistently challenged rates and investments and been sort of the strong advocate for the consumer.
I think what I'm hearing, and I agree with, if I'm correctly understanding, First Selectwoman Carlson, is that we feel as though we're losing some of our ability to attend public hearings, to opine on what's being proposed. All of that's being taken away. And we answer to the people. And I have a large senior contingent in our town that are very concerned. And when you look at the rate structure that's been proposed, whether it's up or down or a ballpark number, those increases are substantial to every single man and woman over the age of 65 that lives in our community. And I hear from them all the time. Pura came to Ridgefield and had a public hearing to listen to the people, to get input from what their concerns were. And that increase back then was 14%. And it was maybe over a 5 or 6 year period, if I'm remembering correctly. We're looking at increases that are well above and beyond that. And that's a vital concern for me, and I'm sure Ms. Carlson and every other chief elected official. And we're losing the ability to be heard in those areas.
Thank you. And I'll most likely ask some questions about the RPB and about rates in a few minutes.
Okay.
Just to double check with respect to the question that I asked about the authority board, I had asked about whether they have leeway or discretion to make decisions that are not in the best interest of the AWA or not in the best interest of the AWA residents that are served.
I'm not a lawyer, but I would assume no.
Thank you.
I don't have an answer for that. I don't know.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you. First Selectman Carlson, one of the things I heard early in the initial response was the idea of conflicts. Do you have any specific examples of conflicts that exist that are in the record with respect to the way that the authority board is set up?
Well, the fact that there are a majority of RWA representatives on the authority board versus, the AWA representatives, to me is a conflict. The fact that they have fewer customers in the RWA territory and have a larger voice on the authority board is problematic, I think, to all of us.
Agree.
With respect to conflicts, in your roles as first selectman and being on select boards or boards of selectmen, I should say, First Selectman Carlson, in your case with the town council, and also in both of your cases with the boards, commissions, and committees, are there conflicts that arise from time to time within that governance structure?
Absolutely.
And are there mechanisms in terms of how to address and deal with those conflicts?
Yes.
Yes.
Now, do you know whether there's information in the record confirming that the sixth authority board member appointed by the RWA could be from a municipality that the AWA is serving?
Can't answer that.
I don't remember reading that, but it's possible. I know the governor's office appoints one, right?
Correct. Do you know whether it's accurate that several Aquarion towns are located in both RWA and AWA service territory?
Right.
Take your word for it. I don't know.
Okay.
Repeat that question again. I said yes, but I just want to,
Oh, and,
you were just looking at me like, are you
and,
sure?
and First Selectman Marconi, I apologize. I didn't hear the yes, and that was
Okay.
why, why I was pausing.
Okay.
Thank you. Do you still want me to restate it? If you answered, then,
All right.
then I'm okay to move on myself.
Move on, please.
If that's accurate, accepting what I say is true, if you accept it as true, then members of those shared communities could serve on the authority board. Would that be correct?
Yes.
And members of those shared communities would serve on the Aquarion Representative Policy Board, correct?
No.
We appoint
They would be on Aquarion, yes. Aquarion Policy Board, yes.
If I can, and I could sense the confusion, if I can restate the question.
Go ahead.
which is part of the issue, just to be fair.
Members, and I wasn't asking about the issue, I asked a confusing question, I think. Members of the shared communities that are served by both the RWA and the AWA.
Could you just give us an example of a couple of
Shared.
those shared
Yeah.
communities?
What do you mean by shared?
So, Chairman Gillette, one thing I'll notice, I do want to be respectful. It's not a question and answer back and forth. It is an examination. If it's something they're not aware of, I think that's fine. I think otherwise, I just want to make sure that it's not a back and forth of questions and answers, and I can clarify when needed. But I just want to make sure that I'm not the one testifying.
Thank you. Attorney Carroll, do you want to respond?
It sounds like it was a confusing question. I think it should be restated.
Okay, thank you. So I'll ask Attorney Hum to restate the question, please.
Yes. And give me just 1 second, please. Apologies, I'm looking at the wrong document. That's what's taken me a moment. Thank you. So my question was, if there's a shared community that RWA and that AWA both serve in independent respects, those shared communities will have an appointee on the Aquarion Representative Policy Board because a representative from each of the municipalities that Aquarion serves or AWA serves are on the RPB. Is that fair to say?
Assuming there's a town that both RWA and Aquarion serve. I would assume yes.
So for example, a town like Beacon Falls or Woodbridge, it would apply to them if they're towns that are served by both?
I would think so. I don't know about.
I don't, yeah, I would assume, but I don't know. I can't answer that.
Is it your understanding that the AWA Representative Policy Board has power to veto unreasonable decisions of the Authority Board?
Yes,
Unreasonable, yes.
And do you agree that the AWA Representative Policy Board is comprised of representatives only from towns that Aquarion/AWA would serve?
yes.
Do you know whether there's any information in the record indicating that the AWA Representative Policy Board can vote to remove any member of the Authority Board if there is ever an indication that that member is not fulfilling their fiduciary duty?
I'm not aware.
Not aware.
Are you aware that the AWA Representative Policy Board can vote to remove any member of the Authority Board even without a breach of fiduciary obligation?
I'm not aware.
Not aware.
Now, First Selectman Marconi, I'm going to ask some questions directly to you. Have you read all or part of the joint application and testimony of Aquarion, AWA, and RWA witnesses in this proceeding?
Yes,
Maybe I should have asked it a different way. Did you read all of it?
not word for word, no.
Okay. Which parts did you focus on in your review?
The parts that affected Ridgefield the most.
Were there parts that you didn't read or didn't review or pay attention to as part of your review?
I would say, yeah, yes, there were areas I didn't pay attention to. If I found an area, I mean, I can certainly show you highlighted sections of it. It's over there now, actually. But I didn't read every single word.
Okay, thank you. And in this proceeding, are you aware that the joint applicants have responded to almost 400 discovery questions issued by Pura and the other participants in the proceeding, including MetroCog and WestCog?
I didn't know the number, no.
Have you reviewed any of the written responses to questions that the joint applicants have submitted in this proceeding?
Yes,
Which responses have you reviewed?
I can't recall them right now. I'd have to look at them.
Have you reviewed all of them?
Maybe.
Did you review responses to the interrogatories before or after you prepared your written testimony?
Oh, before.
And do you know that the joint applicant submitted rebuttal testimony on July 18th, 2025, addressing some of the points raised in your testimony?
Yes,
And did you read the joint applicant's rebuttal testimony?
again, scanned it.
And what was your takeaway on the rebuttal testimony?
They answered some of the questions.
One question I should have asked earlier, your joint testimony was part of a 3-member testimony with First Selectwoman Tooker as well, correct?
Yes.
Were you present in the room this morning for the examination by Mr. McLeod?
Yes,
And do you recall when Mr. McLeod and Mr. Carroll indicated that First Selectwoman Tooker was only responsible for a portion of the joint testimony that was submitted?
I didn't hear that, but
Is that the case, though?
if you tell me it is, yes.
No, she was part of the same process that we were all
Yeah,
part
she
of.
was
So,
involved with
no,
this.
I would say she was involved in, as we were. She just couldn't be here today.
Okay, so she couldn't be here today, but she was involved in the entirety of the testimony, correct?
Yes.
And not just any one portion of the testimony?
Correct.
Thank you. First Selectman Carlson, same question that I asked First Selectman Marconi. Have you read all of the joint application and testimony that the joint applicant submitted in this proceeding?
Not all of it, no.
Have you read parts of it?
parts.
Do you recall what parts you read?
No.
Have you reviewed any of the almost 400 written responses to questions that the joint applicants have responded to in discovery?
Only parts of it. I was getting emails basically daily from
Okay.
the Pure Docket, many a day that I could not keep up with.
And did you review those before or after you submitted your written testimony?
Before.
And do you know that the joint applicants submitted their rebuttal testimony on July 18th, 2025, addressing some of the points from your testimony?
I've seen so many things. I will take your word for it.
Is that something that you read?
I'm not sure. I've read a lot of different things, so possibly part of it, but not all of it.
If I were to ask you your takeaway of the rebuttal testimony, would you be able to respond to that?
No.
Okay. Now, First Selectman Carlson, you're aware that the AWA and the Aquarion Representative Policy Board, or RPB, were created by Connecticut statute through Special Act 77-98 as amended by Public Act 24-1 in June of 2024, correct?
Correct.
And I'm going to refer to this as the enabling legislation. Is that okay for purposes of ease?
Yes.
Have you read the enabling legislation?
No, I have not.
Have you had anyone prepare you a written summary of the provisions of the enabling legislation?
No.
I would just, for the record, I would just counsel the witnesses not to reveal any attorney-client privilege information.
Okay.
Understood. What is the basis for your knowledge of the provisions of the enabling legislation and how it will affect the town of New Canaan?
So I have a very close relationship with our legislators, and was made aware of what happened during that, early morning hearing that enabled this legislation, and it was brought to my attention. And so since, I guess I'm trying to think how long ago we came out publicly against this after the legislation passed, but it was really my legislators who brought it to my attention.
Okay, thank you. And First Selectman Marconi, I'm going to ask you the same questions. Have you read the enabling legislation?
Most of it.
And is that the basis of your knowledge of the provisions of the enabling legislation and how it will affect the town of Ridgefield?
Yes.
And to both of you, based on your review or based on your conversations with legislators, does that inform your judgment with respect to how the enabling legislation may impact your community?
Yes.
Yes.
Now, can you please turn to page 3 of your written testimony? And there you state in the first question and answer that you are greatly concerned about the adverse impacts on our communities if Pura approves the application, correct?
Could you point to which line that is? Is that at the top or under 2 water rates?
Sure. So it's the first Q&A, and it's actually a portion of the last sentence.
Yes.
Now, what are the adverse impacts for your town residents that you were greatly concerned about if Pura approves the transaction?
Increased water rates, decreased municipal tax revenue, and reduced oversight of the, combined entity. I think.
Pilot.
Right.
I have a very big concern with the pilot. Our experiences as municipalities, that is a word that lights up when you see that in any legislation. Because over the years, we've had negative experience with legislation being changed to yet drop again the amount of the pilot that a municipality receives in lieu of taxes, payment in lieu of taxes.
Now, if you can please turn to page 8 of your testimony. And there you state, we understand that oversight for rates, budgets, and capital spending for our towns will become the responsibility of a new 60-member AWA Representative Policy Board, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
And more definitively, is it your understanding that decisions on financial issues such as rates, budgets, and capital spending will be determined by the AWA Representative Policy Board?
My belief is that it really will be determined at the,
Authority board, yeah.
the authority board with sort of a rubber stamp at the policy board.
What's the basis for the comment with respect to it being a rubber
That's
stamp?
how it's sort of worked with the current, I mean, there's never been a rate increase as I understand it, in the RWA structure. The representative policy board and RWA, to my knowledge, has never denied something that came from the authority board.
And is the town of New Canaan a member of the RWA or served by the RWA?
No, it is just what I have been told.
So this isn't based on any direct experience or anything along those lines?
No direct experience.
Thank you. Now, what's your understanding of the AWA's oversight process?
The policy board or the,
I'm sorry, thank you for the clarification. The AWA's Representative Policy Board.
can you restate the question now?
Yes. What's your understanding of the AWA Representative Policy Board oversight process?
I don't know. I really don't understand.
Do you have an understanding, Mr. Marconi?
Somewhat at this point, not complete. Still familiarizing myself with how this is going to work as a 60-member board, but that they do make a recommendation to the authority.
Are you aware that the Representative Policy Board makes decisions as well?
Yes.
Is it your understanding that the AWA Representative Policy Board oversight process for financial decisions, such as rate increases, is required to include a full vetting process to analyze the drivers of the rate change?
Yes.
Yes.
And are you aware that the vetting process with the Representative Policy Board includes interrogatories, assessment by an Office of Consumer Affairs, a public hearing, and ultimate decision power to approve or reject the rate change?
I was unaware of Consumer Counsel, but that's an opinion they give, not any kind of a decision, yes or no.
Is that your understanding as well, First Selectman Carlson?
I still need to kind of dig into it. This whole structure was very confusing for quite a long time. So, it's only recently that we're starting to get, more in depth into the board. It's a very confusing structure, to be honest with you.
Can you please turn to page 4 of your testimony? And there you state in the last sentence on page 4, eliminating Pura's regulatory expertise and allowing the purchaser to essentially regulate itself is a recipe for disaster for our towns and for the entire Aquarion Regional Water District. Correct?
Correct.
If the AWA Representative Policy Board has ultimate decision-making authority on all issues involving rates, land management, and capital projects, what is the disaster that you're expecting as a result of that public authority structure?
With a 60-person board, that's a part-time board that is, they'll have other duties in, I don't even know who we would, I don't know in RWA, but, these people would be part-time people that are part of a 60-person group that probably meets once a month at most and maybe quarterly. And really, I believe that the way it's structured, it's the authority board that's going to be sort of driving decision-making, and you're going to have a very confused 60-person board that I've never seen. I mean, I worked in corporate America for years. I've never seen a board that big be effective. I've never seen anything like it.
So is it your testimony that a representative policy board drawn exclusively from the 59 towns in the Aquarion service territory would be incapable of providing any meaningful analysis, participation, or oversight regarding water service?
Yes.
I agree.
But you agree that by law, under the enabling legislation, the AWA Representative Policy Board will be made up by a representative from each and every town in the Aquarion service territory, correct?
Correct.
So by law, each and every town in the Aquarion service territory has a direct voice on rates, land management, and capital projects, among other items, correct?
Theoretically, yes.
And I guess not just theoretically, but by statute, they have that role, correct?
Yes. It's just a six.
I've been a long time in government and I have never been part of a 60-person board. Even the CCM, we have quite a few members. Cost, we have quite a few members, but the boards are not the full membership. And HRA, which is Houstonic Resource Recovery Authority, I've chaired, that's 14 members now. WestCog, as you know, is 18 members. It's manageable and it works. What's being proposed here is a recipe for disaster. I do not see good decisions being made on behalf of the people I represent.
So by law, your town select board will be able to choose who your representative is, correct?
Correct?
Yes.
And like the committees in your town, the AWA RPB receives support and insight from various committees, correct?
We don't,
Have a 60-person board.
we don't go over 9.
Never heard of it.
So I don't think I asked about the numbers, though. I think what I asked was, just like the committees that you have in your town, the representative policy board for AWA receives support and insight from their committees as well, correct?
I don't know what they're going to receive. I can tell you what happens in a 9-person board in our town, but I've never worked in a 60-member board.
The 60-member board that is the RPB is going to receive input and insight from those various committees, though. Is that agreeable?
I don't
I
know how you
would
get
hope
anything
so.
done or discussed with 60 people in the room. So the thoughtful, I mean, our largest board is 12. That's our town council. I mean, and they have difficulty with 12. I can't imagine a really in-depth, thoughtful discussion about anything with 60 people in the room. I can't.
Thank you, and I appreciate your position on that. The question, though, isn't about the 60-member RPB. It's about the committees. They provide insight and analyses and expertise to the RPB. Is that correct?
This isn't working now, so I don't know what is happening today.
So you're talking about subcommittees of the RPB?
Correct.
Okay, so it'd be like, it's almost like our selectmen board having a 60-person board that reports I mean, I understand what you're asking. Theoretically, that's probably that is their role. I think what you're hearing from us is that we have no idea how that functions in reality.
So the committees to the RPB, they include a finance committee, consumer affairs committee, and land use management committee by law, correct?
If that's in statute, yes.
Yes. Members of any municipality within the AWA service territory can be a member on the committee, including municipalities that have minority votes within the RPB, correct?
Yes, I'm not sure how those get selected. Quite frankly, it wasn't clear.
Are you aware that RWA's representative policy board has municipalities with minority votes on the committees?
I am aware.
And did you know whether the chair of the RPB is from a municipality with minority votes on the RPB?
I don't know.
I don't. It's a weighted system.
Do you agree that the structure of the AWA RPB allows for substantial local representation and visibility into Aquarion as a water company?
No.
There's a lot of people there. I'm not sure how representative it is.
Do those people have visibility into Aquarion as a water company, though?
As a member of the RPB?
as a member of the RPB as selected by their communities.
Yes.
I assume they would have insight into the operations. I would hope.
Do you know whether there's information in the record indicating that the structure of the AWA RPB gives each municipality in Aquarion service territory a seat at the table for significant decisions such as rates, capital projects, and land management?
Yes.
I've heard.
Now, based on your roles as first selectmen, you both understand concepts such as financing, operating revenues, credit ratings, taxes, and similar financial concepts. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Not experts.
Not experts and not holding you as an expert, but you have an understanding, a working understanding, correct?
Mhm.
Can you please turn to page 4 of your written testimony? And right at the top in the very first Q&A, it states, our understanding of the proposed transaction is that the acquiring entity will immediately assume billions of dollars of debt. The effect of that transaction can only mean that the operating entity will be cash strapped, and the only way for it to operate will be through rate increases. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Yes.
When you say assume billions of dollars of debt, do you mean that your understanding is that the AWA will be taking on billions of dollars in existing Aquarion debt as part of the transaction?
Well, they're paying
I-
a premium, so yes.
Per the statute, it's my understanding that the new entity will be allowed to place debt service into the rate structure of the purchase, the cost of purchase.
This was a significantly higher, my understanding is this offer by RWA was significantly higher than the next highest bidder. So just by virtue of that purchase premium, which they justified through their ability to get lower cost debt, there has to be a lot more debt on this than that already exists at Aquarion. So yes, they're taking out existing Aquarion debt, but they're also loading on additional debt.
Is it both that they're taking on existing Aquarion debt and they're assuming billions of dollars of new debt, or is it one or the other?
I don't know the debt structure of Aquarian today, but per statute, as I already stated, the purchase price of, I've heard anywhere from 2.2 to 2.6, various statements made. That will be, that debt service will be part of the rate structure.
Would you agree that we're talking about new debt and not existing Aquarion debt?
Yes.
They're refinancing the whole thing.
And have you considered whether that new debt will replace any of Aquarion's existing debt?
I would imagine it would. I mean, they're taking over the entire company, all the stock. So it's buying out the company and using debt to finance that.
Mhm.
So, and then Aquarion could retire their existing debt with the purchase price.
Have you considered that the new debt will replace the investor equity that exists in assets?
Yes.
I don't know.
Do you know whether the new debt will cover any other costs or value that Aquarion has in its operations that current customers are already paying for?
Well,
I don't know the model.
Is it your understanding that Aquarion currently has rates that are in effect that are being charged to customers?
Yes.
Sure.
Do you know how much annual revenue those rates are producing currently for Aquarion?
No.
Have you or anyone that's working with you analyzed the level of revenue from current rates that'll be available to cover the cost of the new debt issued to accomplish the transaction?
No.
The new debt that they're taking on, can you restate that question?
Sure. Have you or anybody that you're working with, have you analyzed the level of revenue from current rates that will be available to cover the cost of the new debt that's issued to accomplish the transaction?
No, but based on what was forwarded to us, I'm sure it's not enough.
And how much debt service are current rates able to cover without having any post-transaction rate increase? Do you know the answer to that? Would you know whether it's possible that part of the new debt is paying off existing debt and current customer rates are sufficient to cover all existing debt?
Based on
I'm
the,
going to object just based on this line of questioning being speculative and calling for information that the witnesses have already indicated they are not aware of. And it sounds like it's the effect is that counsel is testifying.
Attorney Hum, do you want to respond?
Although I disagree with the objection, I'm happy to move on.
Okay, move on, please.
Is it possible that current rates are covering costs that the AWA may not have under its ownership, like the cost of providing earnings to investors or paying federal and state income taxes on those earnings?
They would have to be covering federal and state taxes.
Hypothetically, if an analysis showed that rates currently charged to Aquarion customers are generating sufficient revenue to cover the new debt service attributed to the transfer of the water business between Aquarion and AWA, would your testimony still be accurate that the effect of the transaction can only mean that the operating entity will be cash strapped?
I haven't seen cash flows.
Without a significant rate
But the
increase.
statement is made.
You can't, what was submitted shows the only way to get the debt service. I'm looking at numbers of only like 1.4 coverage, on all debt service with an 8 and 8.35% rate increase in year one. So that's a low coverage rate. So you would have to have significant rate increases to cover the debt in the new entity.
But as I asked a few moments ago, you haven't done an analysis to substantiate that, have you?
You did, or your client did. Somebody submitted this in the record.
Okay, but in terms of your own independent analysis,
No, I'm relying on the analysis done by whoever submitted this into the record.
thank you. Now, if you can please stay with page 4 of your testimony. And you reference in the second paragraph what you call comparative rate increases in the RWA compared to rate increases with the AWA, correct?
Yes.
And you also state on page 4 that without PURA's regulatory oversight, our towns will suffer the same adverse impact as municipalities in the RWA Regional Water District, correct?
Yes.
What adverse impact have municipalities in the RWA service territory suffered to your knowledge?
Well, I wouldn't say the municipality, but I have the head of our Department of Public Works is in the RWA service territory and pays significantly higher rates and has significantly lower service in the community. I mean, he's working day to day with Aquarion in our community. So he has a very direct comparison as a resident of an RWA community and runs our community. He sees it and has expressed his concern.
And are you aware of the differences in rate-making structure between a utility rate-making model and an authority rate-making model?
No. My information has been that the average monthly bill with RWA is in the $64 per month, where Aquarion's down around 44.
And are you aware whether those are apples to apples comparisons based on how the rate-making models are structured?
Can't tell you and how they come up with the rate making structures, but I can tell you that that's an average bill that's being compared.
Do you know why rates may be higher?
In RWA,
Yes.
no idea.
Is it your understanding that PURA can lawfully deny this transaction on the basis that it will not be granting rate increases to Aquarion in the future if it stays as an investor-owned utility?
No, I'm not aware of that.
have you or anyone that you work with prepared an analysis of the factors that drive the differences between the existing customer rates for Aquarion and RWA customers? Have you or anyone that you're working with prepared an analysis of what Aquarion's rates would reasonably be expected to look like going forward under their continued operation as an investor-owned utility?
The only rates I'm familiar with is what Ms. Carlson refers to in the chart.
Would you agree that Aquarion has been regulated by PURA for at least the last 20 years?
Yes,
Are you aware that Aquarion was granted base rate increases with decisions from PURA in 2007, 2010, and 2013?
I'll assume that's correct.
Are you aware that in 2007, PURA approved a base rate increase of 15% for Aquarion? And I see you nodding, but you do have to answer yes or no for the court reporter.
Yes,
Thank you. Are you aware that 3 years later, in 2010, PURA approved a base rate increase of 12% for Aquarion?
okay, yes,
Are you aware that 3 years later, in 2013, PURA approved a base rate increase of 9% for Aquarion?
yes,
And are you aware that Aquarion has not received a base rate increase to cover its cost to serve customers since 2013, which is more than 10 years ago?
yes,
And are you aware that PURA cut Aquarion's rates in 2023 after more than 10 years without a rate increase?
yes.
Is it your assumption that PURA can continue to either block or reduce rate increases from happening?
Yes,
Would you feel differently about whether rates would be lower with continued operation as an investor-owned utility as compared to a nonprofit organization if you knew that Aquarion plans to seek rate changes every 18 to 24 months, in addition to their biannual WICA surcharges and PFAS surcharges, in the event that it remains an investor-owned utility?
As an investor-owned utility, PURA still has to approve those rate increases, so it's not guaranteed. They have to justify it if the investments that they're making in the rate increases.
concur. It would be justified in front of PURA.
Is it your assumption that if the change of control does not occur, investment in the water system will continue unabated, even if no rate changes ever occur?
I would imagine
I-
lack of.
I
rate
disagree with the statement.
Is it your testimony that water infrastructure can be supported without any revenues to pay off the cost of that infrastructure?
I don't know, but I do know improvements are being made every day.
Do you know whether there's information in the record that if the transaction is approved, the AWA, as the new owner of Aquarion, wouldn't have an immediate rate increase?
I think they're going to they would go for one. They went for one and were denied. So I think I heard Ms. Teixeira say that they would be going for one in her testimony.
I don't think it would be immediate, but I think based on the projections, there would have to be one soon.
And thank you. I think my question was about AWA, that
Right.
one of the commitments of the AWA is that if the transaction is approved, there will not be an immediate rate increase.
Like 6 months, I think. It was a very short period of time. And then based on the model that was presented in the filing, it shows 8.35% and nothing short of, it doesn't even get down to a 3% until 2045. It starts at 8.35, 6.85, 6.85, 6.85, 6.85, 6.8. That's significantly higher than inflation. And as Selectman Marconi said, in New Canaan, the customers that are served by a water utility, we have about 50% serviced by a water utility and 50% by well service. Those least able to afford rate increases are served by the infrastructure that Aquarion and has in our town. So we have our public housing, we have our seniors, our multifamily housing. That is the customer group that's most served by Aquarion currently. So least able to handle the price increases in our community.
Are you aware that the first selectman of the town of Killingworth filed comments in this docket supporting the AWA's acquisition of Aquarion based on Killingworth's positive experience with the AWA's affiliate, RWA?
No.
Are you aware that the first selectman of the town of Guilford filed comments in this docket supporting the AWA's acquisition of Aquarion based on Guilford's positive experience with the AWA's affiliate, RWA?
Yes.
Now I'm going to ask some questions about pilots, which for Selectman Marconi, you indicated is an interest of yours. We're going to stay on page 14 of your testimony, please.
Page 4.
Page 4 of your testimony. Thank you. And in the third paragraph on page 4, it states, each of our towns has a diverse community of residents, many of whom live on tight budgets and simply cannot afford to pay more for water service, particularly senior citizens. Correct?
Right.
Now, Connecticut's wealthiest areas are located in Fairfield County. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
Some of the wealthiest areas, yes.
Although Guilford has some very wealthy areas as well.
On June 18th, 2025, the Connecticut Post published an article entitled, "What is the richest town in Connecticut?" Did either of you see that article?
No, not that one.
Are you aware of the article?
There's a lot of articles written about the wealth in Connecticut.
Would you agree, subject to check, that this article reported that 8 of the 10 towns with the highest median income in Connecticut are located in Fairfield County?
Sure, yes.
Sense.
And Ms. Carlson, New Canaan has a population of approximately 20,000 we talked about earlier, correct?
Correct.
And New Canaan has a median household income of approximately $250,000, correct?
Correct.
Does it sound right that that Connecticut Post article might have referred to New Canaan as one of the top 4 richest towns in the state?
Yes, we are consistently ranked.
And does it sound right that the census reporter indicates that approximately 3% of New Canaan population have incomes below the poverty line, including children under 18 and seniors over 65?
That sounds about right.
And
Seniors over 60. Oh, you're saying seniors in poverty.
correct,
Very distinct group.
correct. Thank you. Is it your belief that Pura should not approve this change of control because the residents living in New Canaan cannot afford any future increases in their water bill?
I think what you're missing in that analysis is that the cost of ownership in these towns is significantly higher than in other towns. So while the incomes of those people are higher, their expenses are also significantly higher. So, to own a home in New Canaan is significantly higher than upstate Connecticut. And so the cost, the ongoing maintenance charges that are associated with living in those communities are also much higher. And I can tell you the senior population, which you referenced, although not the impoverished seniors, those are the people living on fixed income and whose electricity and water rates they're coming out in droves. In fact, I just got an email this morning from someone complaining about a utility rate in the town and that they can't afford it. So you have to take both sides of the ledger. You can't just take the income. You also have to take the expenses, and they're significantly higher in Fairfield County than they are in other parts of the state.
Now, the enabling legislation that established the AWA, that's what have provided for the payments in lieu of taxes or pilot, as we discussed, correct?
Yes.
What's your understanding of the pilot if this transaction is approved?
Definition of a pilot.
Not the definition of a pilot, but your understanding of what the pilot that's part of the enabling legislation will do if this transaction is approved.
The current taxes paid would be paid under the pilot and would continue as is at the current levels. Any future expansion building would not count under that pilot.
So unlike a homeowner who makes improvements to their home or expands their home and would pay a higher tax rate associated with those improvements, those would not be applicable to the new entity.
If you can please turn to page 6 of your testimony. In the middle Q&A on that page, the middle sentence of that Q&A states, "We depend on Aquarion property tax payments to allow our towns to provide essential municipal services," correct?
Yes.
Yes.
And on page 6, you also state, "The future revenue to our towns will be less than we otherwise would have received from property taxes," correct?
Where do you see that?
It's the sentence prior.
Oh, this,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yep, I see it.
Mhm. And First Selectman Carlson, you state in the testimony that taxes that Aquarion paid in New Canaan in 2020 were in the range of $321,000 and had increased to $415,000 by 2024, correct?
Yes, I think I was thinking of last year's, which was 378, but yes, yes.
And that's a difference of less than $100,000 over 4 years, correct? Is it your testimony that the town of New Canaan is going to struggle to pay for essential municipal services if it is not guaranteed an additional revenue stream of about $25,000 per year on average by Aquarion?
I don't think $25,000 is not going to be, the make or break on municipal services in New Canaan. But what it will do will increase the taxes to those, every dollar we don't get from these municipal providers makes our residents pay higher taxes. They just eat what the service providers aren't providing. So it will increase taxes to the residents, and it'll increase taxes to those, the ones who will feel it most are the least able to pay it.
In your review of the interrogatory responses in this proceeding, did you review the response interrogatory OCC-31?
I don't have that in front of me, so I don't know. I don't know what that says.
Would you accept subject to check that OCC 31 shows Aquarion's recorded tax payments by municipality for the last 5 years?
I'll take your word for it.
And would you agree, subject to check, that Aquarion's recorded tax payments for New Canaan don't match the numbers that are in your testimony for 2020 and 2024?
I'll have to check, but I know what the most recent one, I went to our tax collector and assessor and got those numbers. So that's what we were given by our tax collector. So I don't know what they might not, there's multiple, I'm not, are you getting, those were submissions by Aquarion? The number?
Correct.
So there may be, because there's multiple lines and you have to take in all revenue. So I know that our tax collector had to pull from multiple different sources, and it may be that maybe Aquarion didn't pull every single line that we got, because I would trust my tax collector's numbers more than I would trust Aquarion's.
Would you agree, subject to check, that OCC-31 shows that New Canaan paid the following taxes? I'm sorry, Aquarion paid the following taxes to New Canaan: in 2020, $323,000; in 2021, $321,000; in 2022, $344,000; 2023, $405,000; in 2024, $375,000.
Yeah, I know this last year was 378. So we would have to reconcile Because it is multiple line items, so I'm sure somebody missed a line item in their submission.
Would you agree that the tax payments from Aquarion to New Canaan went down between 2020 and 2021, and then again from 2023 to 2024?
Yeah, I'll take your word for it.
Would you agree that New Canaan has no guarantee of increasing property tax revenue from Aquarion year to year?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if we get, our tax revenue can go down from residents if we get a big reduction in the assessments.
And for Aquarion, it all depends on the level of infrastructure development that Aquarion is completing in your town. Is that fair to say?
Yes, and yeah, and the value of it, the assessed value of it.
And is it your position that Aquarion should not get paid for the cost of its infrastructure from customers?
No, I believe that they're entitled to get paid for the investments that they make.
Is it your understanding that the AWA has committed that if the transaction is approved, the AWA will pay the towns no less than what Aquarion pays today in taxes?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, does the enabling legislation require that the pilot can increase for certain reasons, such as the results of a revaluation, purchase of additional real property, mill rate increases, capital investment, additional land and building purchases?
Yes.
Now, if you can please turn to page 7 of your written testimony. And in the first full question and answer on page 7, you state, because AWA will be saddled with so much debt, there is no assurance that it will have the cash flow to allow it to proactively invest in infrastructure as needed, correct?
What paragraph are you in?
It's the first full question and answer above Roman numeral 5. And particularly, it's the first sentence.
I see what you're saying.
Paragraph above.
That's it. Okay, right here.
Page 7.
Yep. Okay.
As a municipality or municipalities, you're familiar with credit ratings, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
And the purpose of credit ratings are to demonstrate the financial strength of the municipality, the entity, whatever it may be, correct?
Yes.
And credit ratings support the recipient of the rating's ability to make capital investments, correct?
Correct.
And good credit ratings demonstrate good financial strength, correct?
Correct.
And New Canaan and Ridgefield both have credit ratings of AAA from Moody's, correct?
Correct.
And that's good. That shows that your municipalities are financially strong communities, correct?
Correct.
Do you know whether there's information on the record indicating that the AWA has received an indicative credit rating modeled after its acquisition of Aquarion?
No, I do not.
They referenced it earlier.
Are you aware that the AWA's indicative credit rating is higher than Aquarion's current credit rating?
No.
They referenced it earlier.
Do you know whether there's information on the record indicating that credit rating agencies view this transaction favorably?
I would imagine, given the credit rating.
That what you're saying Moody's gave it approval? Gave it a rating?
That there are indicative credit ratings in this proceeding. Are you aware of that?
No.
If taken as true that the AWA has an indicative credit rating that's higher than Aquarion's credit rating, and that there's already sufficient revenues to support the debt needed to accomplish the transaction, would the claim that the AWA is saddled with debt still be accurate?
It is saddled with debt. It just, the credit rating will take the ability of I mean, it's a private entity. You're comparing a private entity to a public entity. So in a rating, there's many factors that are taken into account, and, the level of debt is one of them, but there's ability to pay. There's all kinds of other factors that are included in that. And the fact that AWA doesn't have to go to Pura to get its revenue increased probably helps in the credit rating because they can just add to the rates that are charged to customers to get cash flow. And that would go into their rating.
In my experience with credit rating bureaus, when that question is asked, they look at the ability, the wealth of the area to support, and in Richfield's case, the amount that the voters decide to approve on expenditures, capital items, to be bonded is up to the voters, that we have plenty of wealth in our area, as you alluded to earlier, to cover the amount of the debt. So I'm sure that played in here as well, using the financial wealth of the Aquarion area to support the debt.
Now, can you please turn to page 6 of your written testimony? In the last question and answer there, you state, from our perspective, Aquarion has been a model utility in terms of customer service. Each of our towns has benefited from Aquarion's proactive investment in infrastructure that has resulted in excellent service to our communities. Is that correct?
Yes.
And turning to the next page on page 7, again, in that first Q&A, that's where you state, you're greatly concerned that if this transaction is approved, the result will be a decline in the level of customer service that Aquarion has historically provided, correct?
Correct.
And I believe First Selectman Carlson, you indicated earlier that you're aware Aquarion's entire business is transferring over to the AWA, correct?
Yes.
And given your understanding of what that means, are you aware that Aquarion's entire workforce, operations, planning, technological capabilities, financial competencies, experience, expertise, reputation, community relations, plant, and other assets will remain in place under AWA's ownership?
Yes, but the oversight of how those assets and resources are deployed will be directed differently than they currently are.
Are you aware that if the transaction is approved, Aquarion will continue its current approach for its capital program management under the AWA's ownership, including capital planning identification and prioritization measures, and to provide safe, adequate, and reliable service to the public?
To be seen.
And would you agree that if the entire Aquarion business will continue and remain in place, you can expect the same level of proactive investment in infrastructure and the same level of excellent service that your communities currently enjoy?
I can't, not with the new overarching management structure that will be determined, I mean, while the people might be the same, the oversight will be different. And so I can't get comfortable with that.
And you agree that the business and the operating entity will be the same, correct?
Again, the management structure is different, so no.
In terms of,
Might be the same, but management is very different. When you have this authority board, decision-making is done differently than it currently is done. And so you can't guarantee to me, no one in this room can guarantee to me that it will be done the same way.
and with the business transferring over in its entirety and all those things that we talked about remaining in place, the level of service that those people will be providing.
You can't guarantee, that is not a statement you can make with certainty because the management is different. The structure, the oversight is different. And so, you could take any company and have the exact same people working there and this exact same assets, but you have a management that runs it differently, it will become a different company. It just will.
And is that based off any factual evidence in the
I
record?
used to work in the financial markets. I saw it all the time. Management makes a very big difference in how any company operates.
With respect to the opinion that you're providing to us right now, can you point to any specific factual evidence in the record to support that?
In the record, No, I can point to you to lots of public companies that have had this happen to them when they get new management teams.
And this particular transaction involves Aquarion and the AWA, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. Next up for cross-examination is Metro Cog. Do the witnesses need a short recess? Okay, okay to proceed. Attorney McLeod.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon. There was mention of the towns of Killingworth and Guilford as having supported this transaction. Would it surprise you to find if I asked you to Google Rivers, the Regional Water website, that Killingworth and Guilford are towns that are not served water by the Regional Water Authority? They're indicated on the website as, I'll let you look it up. I don't want to tell you.
Okay.
I'm going to move on. Are there any boards in the town of New Canaan that have any governing duties with respect to neighboring towns?
No, I can't think of one.
Mr. Marconi?
Planning and zoning would.
A different town?
Planning and zoning would. They have to notify in a zone change of an abutting community on a property between like Reading and Ridgefield. We would have to notify Reading. For example, we just got a notification from the state of New York, North Salem, that they're planning on changing a zone. Because
But that zone is in their district and they are simply notifying you of the
Correct.
change.
correct.
They're not telling you what your zoning should be.
No, we had the same thing with Reading when we were doing an overlay zone for the Branchville section of our community. And they responded accordingly.
Mr. Marconi, do you know if any residents of Ridgefield vote in the town of New Canaan?
I hope not.
With respect to fiduciary duties, if you analyze the board of I think we refer to it in the application and in the record as the expanded authority board. But would you agree that the same person on that board will have fiduciary duties to two separate entities, the AWA and the RWA?
Yes.
If a conflict arises, do you see a way in which that one person with two separate fiduciary duties can exercise both fiduciary duties on behalf of two separate entities
They would have
without conflict?
to have to recuse themselves.
Not without
Yeah, I
conflict.
can't hear you very well, Ms.
They would have to recuse themselves.
Is that the normal course in your towns if somebody has a conflict?
You
recusal?
recuse yourself, yes.
Okay. I think there was an indication that legislation now allows the sixth member of the expanded authority board to be appointed from what was referred to as a shared town. I believe that the idea of a shared town is one in which both Aquarion and the Regional Water Authority currently provide water service. Does that square with your understanding?
Yes.
Okay. Do you believe there is nevertheless a clear dividing line within a shared town between the Aquarion service area and the Regional Water Authority service area?
I would imagine so. We have 2 water providers in New Canaan, and they don't overlap unless, you know, they need to get water in an emergency from Aquarion.
Oh, given the normal scheme of things,
Mhm.
a resident lives either in the Aquarion service territory or in the Regional Water Authority
Correct.
service area. You don't live in both.
No.
You're not a customer of both.
One or the other.
So if the sixth member of the authority board is appointed from a shared town, that sixth member would nevertheless still be either an Aquarion or an RWA customer.
Yes.
Mhm.
I believe there was reference to the RPB, Representative Policy Board, being able to veto unreasonable decisions of the board. Do you know whether or not that power would extend to decisions which the RPB had no authority over in the first place?
I don't know, but.
I don't
wouldn't
know the
think
answer
so.
to that.
Okay. Do you know whether or not the board, not the RPB, but the board itself can do things that are not subject to RPB approval?
Yes.
Sure.
Okay. And if the board made what was hypothesized to be an unreasonable decision with regard to something that was strictly within its authority to do, do you know whether or not the RPB would nevertheless be able to veto that decision?
I would imagine they couldn't if it was strictly within the authority board's
Yeah.
purview.
Do you believe that government, you're both elected officials, do you believe that government in Connecticut generally follows the principle of proportionate representation?
Yes.
Generally.
And if the RPB weighted voting, are you familiar with that process, how that's set up in the legislation? That there is a weighted voting process at the RPB level. Does that strike you as being designed to achieve proportionate representation?
No,
No?
no, I mean, if it was proportionate, the AWA representatives would.
No, I-
more. Sorry, did I misunderstand
Ms.
the question?
Carlson, maybe, I don't know, but
Okay.
my question pertained to the representative policy.
Oh, okay,
Uh,
okay.
Do you want me to repeat the question or
Yeah, would you repeat it one more time?
I'll try to? Do you agree that the weighted voting process at the RPB level is designed to achieve proportionate representation?
No.
Can you explain why, Mr. Marconi?
For years, we had that in HRRA, which is the Housatonic Resource Recovery Authority. We had weighted votes. And based on 11 municipalities, 3 municipalities could control the vote at any meeting. So eventually a decision was made to go to one town, one vote. And that's the way we are today.
Okay. So do you think that the way you are today does achieve proportionate representation?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any idea? Well, let me withdraw that. Do you believe there is proportionate representation on the AWA board? Now I'm talking about the board level.
If there were, there would be more AWA representatives on that board than there would be RWA representatives, because there's significantly more customers served by Aquarion or AWA, the new AWA, than there are by RWA.
Is it acceptable to the residents that you serve that decisions regarding water policy in their area will be decided by a board which has a majority of its members coming from a different authority?
They would not be happy with that.
Yeah.
I have polled several members of our community, even some professionals, who were totally unaware that there would be a weighted board made up of a majority outside of the Aquarion Water District as it exists today.
Okay. You have testified about the fact that pilot payments won't fully replace tax revenue, I believe. Have you had any past experience with other pilot programs that inform your testimony? Either
Well,
one?
during the 90s, we had something called Manufacturers Machinery and Equipment, MM&E.
Mhm.
And at that time, the legislature decided to not tax equipment to help boost economic vitality. So municipalities were not allowed to tax for equipment in plants. And with the promise that we would receive a pilot. That pilot, I believe, was set at around 65%, which meant we would take a cut. But it was something we said, okay, if it boosts the economy, if it helps the state of Connecticut, we'll figure it out. Subsequent to that rate, that reimbursement rate continually dropped over a period of about 5 to 10 years to where it no longer exists today. And that's my concern about a pilot, that the new board can go back to the legislature to ask for a modification on that pilot.
Okay. And so you have no assurance going forward that
None.
you will actually get the pilot payments that are set forth in the enabling legislation?
Correct.
I have no further questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. Attorney Minikowski. Thank you. Attorney Nigro. Thank you. DPH, Attorney Doyle. Thank you. OAG, Attorney McCormick. Attorney Miranda. Okay, please approach.
Good afternoon. For the record, Joelle Miranda from Robinson and Cole on behalf of the National Association of Water Companies. Good afternoon. Just have a few follow-up questions. Selectman Marconi, you indicated that you are involved, I'm just trying to find my notes, sorry. With WestCog. Is that correct? And you're the chair, is that right?
That is correct.
And you said that there are 18 municipalities participating?
Yes.
Does Westcog have any governance authority over those municipalities? The
No.
ability to?
No.
Okay. And you were asked about the fiduciary duty that you both owe to your town,
Mhm.
and that your town councils owe to your town. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And do you have a fiduciary duty to another town?
To the member communities and my duties as the chair of the COG.
No, as the first selectman of your
Another town, no.
Ma'am?
No other fiduciary responsibilities.
You were asked about some of the wealthiest communities in Connecticut. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Are you aware that one of the poorest communities is also in Fairfield County, Bridgeport?
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. Attorney Bogan? Thank you. Save the sound. Thank you. Peer staff? Okay. Questions? Thank you. I just have a couple, if you all don't mind. If I could ask each of you individually to please summarize your town's position on the proposed acquisition, if as you understand it, and maybe I can start with you, First Selectwoman.
So we have expressed our displeasure with the proposed acquisition. We're very happy with Aquarion as an independent water provider. We've had great service and reasonable rates, and we are very concerned about Pura being taken out of the oversight role for this utility.
Thank you. Mr. Marconi?
Yeah, I've said in recent years that water's the next oil, that the ability to maintain the quality of our water in this state is unique, that we're one of the last remaining states to my knowledge, begin filtering gray water for potable water. And we need to protect that. And Aquarion has done a great job in protecting that, communicating with the municipalities, giving us a sense of being there all day, 24/7. There's a break, we get notifications immediately. All of that is subject to change. And we're in a world today where we're concerned about PFAS. And we saw what it did to the Farmington River. I know I have wells in my town that are borderline right now that Aquarion doesn't even question. They're taking action. They're addressing it. And I don't know if that's going to continue. And that's a great fear of mine.
Thank you. And if I could ask you both to characterize or speak briefly to any activities you did, to seek constituent feedback, or what led to, what informed the position that you just articulated, please.
So in New Canaan, I have a monthly newsletter, and I communicated that out to the public, and I believe Pura received a few letters from constituents based on knowledge of this transaction. I also were very fortunate to have a community coffee every Friday hosted by a local newspaper. And it tends to be attended predominantly by seniors in the community, and they are very worried about this transaction. So I get that feedback instantly, because I go to those meetings. So, and people are very concerned. I mean, they're seeing what's happening to their electric utility rates, and now they're seeing what we know to be much higher rates in the RWA service district. So people are concerned.
Can you repeat the question, please?
Sure.
I don't have the best hearing.
Of course.
I apologize.
No problem. It wasn't a very articulately formed question. I was trying to understand what process you may have gone through, if informal or formal, to seek constituent feedback that may have informed the position that you shared with me a few moments ago.
Thank you. I did discuss it with the Board of Select Persons in our town. As part of a selectman's report, I do it every meeting, briefing them on issues outside of any approval process, outside of local issues. Although this is a local relative to water, it's more regional in the overall scope of things. And they are fully supportive that we need to be sure that the quality of our drinking water, the service we receive, the research, and the PFAS issue. I mean, it's huge, and we're all concerned about that. And I know it doesn't get a lot of publicity, but we need to address it. We need to address it now. And to change teams, to change a play, when you have a good play going, you run with it. If it's working, keep going. You don't send it a new play and try something different. And that's what it seems to be we're doing right now. We're sending in a new play. We've got a great idea. Eversource is going to sell this company. We've got the right structure, et cetera, et cetera. And I think it's entering into dangerous territory right now,
Thank you.
especially with the elimination of Pure's oversight. That's very concerning to everyone.
Thank you. So changing tax a little bit, is it the case that either of your towns ever share services with other towns for which you would either provide or seek cost reimbursement, like a shared services agreement?
Do we share services?
Yes.
Absolutely. We'll have a paving box that we send a crew. They'll send it over to Reading. Reading will come back. We have a pumper for all of our catch basins for environmental concerns. That is shared. We share that with the WPCA. We have a Water Pollution Control Authority in town. But also for all of our catch basins, we'll share that. I do know that we worked with Newtown in trying to share the cost of a whole tree splitter. But that didn't work out, unfortunately. And we are currently looking at the possibility of sharing fire service mechanics with the city of Danbury, so that we're now buying the same type of fire truck, same manufacturer, and we're trying to work an agreement where Danbury would do the day-to-day repair work that needs to be done. And hopefully that's going to work out. So yeah, we're always looking to share. I'd love to share police departments, but the police chief didn't like that.
Thank you. Thank you for those examples. Is it also the case that the town of New Canaan will share services for which you provide or seek cost reimbursement?
You know, we don't have a ton of those, although the one thing I can point to, but it's a private agreement with a mental health facility in our community, and multiple communities contribute to the ability to provide urgent mental health supports to residents of community. So we all contribute to something that is a resource to multiple towns. I'm trying to think of another thing where we share services in our community.
That's okay. Thank you. I'm using that as foundation to ask my next question, which is if there is, and if the case is that you do occasionally share services for which you seek or provide cost reimbursement, my question is, are those agreements governed by a manual, like a cost sharing manual, or are they otherwise governed by your boards or under your oversight?
Yeah, we have interlocal agreements with the city of Danbury, for example, where the north end of our community ties into their sewer system. That's an interlocal agreement. We're trying to do the same thing with the town of Reading and their sewer plant, so we can develop Branchville and do more housing there. That would be an interlocal agreement. We've done quite a few of those.
And, as we were speaking, the police and fire, we have
Mutual aid
mutual
agreements.
aid. So there's mutual aid with multiple towns, and that's that's driven by a contract that as first selectman we sign. So there's no monetary support associated with that.
Each town's responsible for workers' comp for their own people.
Mhm.
They send our ambulance to Danbury, to Wilton, to Georgetown, wherever it has to go to give them help. And the reverse is true as well. Same thing with tankers for fires. Water supply is a critical component that's shared on a regional basis.
Thank you. Did you, just one last area of questions, changing tack a little bit. Either of you read or hear testimony today or last Thursday regarding Aquarion's plans to file for a rate case or rate increase in the event that this transaction is not approved?
I did.
I heard it, yes.
Thank you. So, taking that testimony as true, meaning assuming that Aquarion would file for a rate increase if this acquisition were not to proceed. I'm trying to tease out how much of your constituents' opposition to the acquisition is related to the rate increases contemplated here, and whether they were presented with any, counterfactual scenarios, like, there's going to be a rate, well, I shouldn't say it. There will be a rate increase request, whether it's posed to the RWA or to PURA. So I'm not sure that that's the most articulate question, but I'm trying to assess how much the PURA authority should, tease out the opposition that's been expressed today as being related to a rate increase that may or may not be sought with or without the transaction, if you could respond to that, please.
Earlier, I was asked a question if I was aware of the 07, the 010, 013, or 2013 increases. Yes. And one of the issues I always brought up is that it seems we wait 3, 5, 6 years, 2 years, whatever it is. There's a period of time where the company, the utility will generate its justification for the increase based on the money spent. My question has always been, why can't there be a standard increase every year? So for our senior citizens, those who can't afford a lot more, there's a little bit every year, and you kind of walk them along with a 5-year adjustment so that they come in every 5 years or 3 years and say, okay, over the last 3 years, you've given us a 0.5%, 1%, whatever it is per year. This is what we spent above and beyond that, or this is what we didn't spend. I could see that process being more palatable rather than waiting 10 years and coming in a double-digit increase that drives our residents crazy in terms of when they read in the paper, because that's the headline, right? Aquarion seeks 18% increase. It doesn't say over the last 10 years at all. And people have a hard time understanding that. So I think some kind of a system where a utility is granted an annual increase with some justification. I don't think it should be blanket, but, and then a 5-year adjustment to catch up.
Thank you. Anything to
So I think that the rate increases being sought by this transaction, because of the size of the dollars involved, are going to lead, I mean, this is significantly above inflation for a very long period of time. And I understand why. The purchase price is very big and they're taking on a lot. No matter that it's tax exempt debt, it's just a lot of debt that they're taking on and they have to pay it off. And so our customers are going to be, I mean, I understand they'll be making capital investments, but they need to service their debt, and the coverage that they show on this financial projection shows that there's not going to be a lot of wiggle room to make those increases any smaller. I mean, they're substantial for a very long period of time, and water is a vital resource. It's not something that people can do without. And so I just don't think that this is fair to the residents and the communities that are going to be affected.
Thank you both. That concludes my question. So at this time, we're going to take a break, and when we come back, we'll allow the the towns to do any redirect before we excuse the panel. So we'll break until 3:40.
I know you'll be up here for, if I have a redirect, I'll be up here.
Okay, we can go back on the record. Attorney Carroll, any redirect,
Very briefly, Chairman Gillette.
please?
So I'm looking at page 4 of your pre-filed testimony, and this has been referenced this afternoon already, but you wrote that eliminating Pura's regulatory expertise and allowing the purchaser to essentially regulate itself is a recipe for disaster for our towns. Do you see that? It's right at the bottom of page.
Recipe for,
Yeah, so it says eliminating Pura's regulatory expertise and allowing the purchaser to
Yes.
essentially regulate itself, right? And you've also testified today that the AWA Representative Policy Board would essentially rubber stamp an approval of rate increase applications. Is that right?
Yes.
Can you elaborate a little bit on what you meant by that rubber stamp?
So it is my understanding that the legislation requires the policy board, if the authority board makes representations that the rate increases are required, that they must, approve those rate increases.
And do you have any other concerns about the difference between Pura's regulation currently and how they would treat a rate case compared to how the Representative Policy Board would treat it?
Yes, because, you can make arguments for all kinds of capital improvements and things like that. And I think Pura's oversight, they dig deep into those and they're experts in utilities. And so they have a stronger oversight than I believe the policy board members would have, because those people are not experts, most of them.
And actually, you were here on Thursday listening to the proceedings, right?
Yes.
And on Thursday, Attorney Ball referenced a recent Supreme Court case that just came out a couple weeks ago,
Yes.
where Pura actually determined that about $45 million of capital expenditures were not proven to be prudent. Is that right?
That's correct.
And is that one of your concerns as well with respect to the difference between Pura's regulatory scheme and the proposed regulatory scheme?
Yes. Yes.
No further questions.
Thank you. And thank you to the witnesses. This panel is excused.
Thank you.
Okay. So returning to our earlier panel, and unless the company objects, I would suggest resuming with the panel from the applicants. And we would be at the stage of cross-examination by the NAWC. Anything from the company before we resume cross? Okay. All right. Thank you. Attorney Miranda, please. Oh, yeah.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Joey Lee Miranda from Robinson and Cole on behalf of the National Association of Water Companies. I want to start with some questions based on testimony that was offered today. There was testimony earlier today that rating agencies look favorable on rate increases. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
And one of the questions I have is about the rate increases that are undertaken currently by RWA. Let me back up. RWA and AWA will operate in many of the same ways as the testimony that's been provided. Is that correct?
In many of the same ways, but not exactly the same way.
And to the extent I ask a question today about the RWA and the AWA will act differently than the RWA is currently acting, I would appreciate if you could make that distinction for me. And I'm going to, one other thing, just logistics, I'm going to ask the question to the panel, whoever is the right person, please feel free to answer. These aren't directed to anyone in particular. You can decide who is the most appropriate person to take the question. When the RWA goes in for a rate increase, I believe I heard testimony this morning that said each rate increase request is subject to a new debt issuance. Is that correct?
You said, since my joining RWA, and I believe historically, there has been a debt issuance associated with our rate increases to date. So they're called issuance test rate applications.
And those issuance test applications are intended to ensure that the RWA has sufficient revenues to cover the debt service. Is that correct? Among other things, but debt service is part of that, correct?
That is correct, and inclusive of the capital investment that's needed for the period that the rate application covers.
Okay, and so part of it, and the debt is held by bondholders. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. I was just a little confused about some of the numbers that were testified to today. So this is really intended to clarify so I understand correctly. There was a question from Attorney McLeod regarding acquisition costs. And the testimony, I believe, and please correct me if I'm wrong, was that that would be $50 million, including cost of issuance and surety for debt reserve. Is that correct?
That was an example of what I said was in the cost of issuance and other cost component, yes.
Okay. And then later, I believe you were asked what the cost of issuance was, and the testimony was 50 million. And so I'm just trying, at least that was my understanding. So I'm just trying to understand the distinction
The
there.
50 million is an estimated combined number for the actual cost of issuance as well as other transaction-related costs.
And those other transaction-related costs would be, for instance, legal fees for the lawyers that are here representing the companies today, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. I believe there was also testimony today that the AWA intends to seek a rate increase probably within the 6-month time frame of the transaction closing. Is that correct?
To cover the capital cost,
Yes,
not the acquisition cost, to cover the capital investment.
was actually going to get to what it was covering. I was just asking about timing. So approximately 6 months after the transaction closes is when that is expected. Is that correct?
That's a current estimate, yes.
Thank you. And my understanding from this morning's testimony, and you started to allude to it now, was that you were not asking for any rate relief for the acquisition.
That's correct.
but, and that request was being driven by capital expenditures.
Correct. In the first 10 years, there's over $2 billion of capital investment within our modeling.
I understand that. Is there any cost of acquisition included in the proposed, will there be, excuse me, any costs associated with the acquisition included in the rate request?
Not in the rate request.
How will the AWA pay those costs?
So the debt, and this we're on record on this, the debt is being structured for both the acquisition debt as well as the capital debt. So it's an optimized debt structure.
So that
And
optimize,
the increases will be driven by the capital investment, not the acquisition debt.
but the debt will cover both acquisition and capital expenditures, correct? May I finish my question? I'm sorry. So the debt will cover both the acquisition and the capital expenditure costs, correct?
That's correct, but
Thank
the increases will be driven by the capital investment, not the acquisition debt.
I understand that that's what you keep putting forward, but I want to understand, when you say being driven by capital expenditures, your meaning is, and maybe that's what I need to get at, your meaning is that that is most of the reason for the increase. It's not the only reason for the increase.
It's the reason, it's the capital plus the small modeling of operating expenses, which are also expected to go up in some way over the 10-year period.
And the debt needed for acquisition of the facility, of the company.
So the rate increases are being driven by the capital investment as well as some ongoing operating expense assumptions that they'll increase year over year, which they probably will.
All right, let me ask the question this way. If you were not to go in to get to get capital expenditures, would you need a rate increase?
We would structure the debt in a totally different way. And we would show that the CFEDs would cover a different structure on the debt.
I believe you used an acronym with which I'm not familiar, so could you please?
Cash available to cover debt service. So the debt is being optimized so we could pay off the acquisition debt actually as quickly as possible. The acquisition debt, the senior debt is modeled to be paid off in less than 10 years. If we did not have any, hypothetically, if we didn't have any capital investment, the debt would be structured in a different way that the existing CFADs would cover the debt.
Meaning, again, I'm not a financial person, so I want to break it down into terms that are more easily understandable by me. And that is that, correct me if I'm wrong, so your testimony is that no rate increase would be necessary if you didn't need the capital expenditures?
Correct, because we would structure the debt in a different way, just to be transparent and clear.
Several of you are currently employed by the RWA, correct?
2 of us are currently employed by the RWA.
Okay, can each of you please tell me how many hours you spend per week on your work for the RWA? Approximately, or on average, whatever you'd like to use.
A significant amount of work is spent both on RWA as well as on this transaction. And RWA has not suffered because of our work on this transaction.
I understand that's your position. That's not the question I asked. The question that I asked you is how many hours a week do you spend on the RWA's work? Let's back up, actually. This transaction was contemplated sometime in 2024. Is that right?
Early 2024, yes.
Okay. In 2023, what were the average number of hours you spent for the RWA? Per week?
Well over 40 hours.
And you, sir?
Yeah, well over 40 hours.
Thank you. I believe there was testimony this morning, again, I'll ask that you correct me if I'm wrong, that there is not currently a chief operating officer at the RWA. Is that correct?
Correct.
But the thought is that there will be, after this transaction closes, a chief operating officer at both the RWA and the AWA, or will that be the same person?
It'll be the president who will be the chief operating officer for both.
Okay, and
There is a president for AWA that is contemplated. There is a president for RWA that is contemplated.
okay. And so they would be two separate presidents?
Correct.
Thank you. Um, Who is authorized to sign agreements on behalf of the RWA?
It depends on what the agreement is. So, for example, if it's a type of, let's say, debt issuance, I'll just use that as an example, it would be per the resolution and the titles that are authorized within the resolution.
So if we were to look at the draft general bond resolution that was provided on behalf of AWA, we would see in there the titles who are authorized to sign on behalf of the AWA, or at least proposed to be able to sign on behalf of the AWA with respect to items identified in that bond resolution. Is that correct?
No, at this time, you would see that who authorized the general bond resolution. The resolutions regarding the actual debt issuance would be done at that time, and who was authorized to sign the associated documents.
And so who decides who's authorized to sign the documents? The representative policy board, or I'm going to use the phrase board of directors to mean the other board, because there's been a little bit of confusion, I think, as this day has gone on about who's who. So who makes the decision about who has the authority to sign?
So the decision on who has the authority to sign, although it's made by the authority board, the decision on debt issuance is also made by the representative policy board. The representative policy board of RWA needs to approve new debt issuance.
But the AWA board would decide who actually signs, who's actually given the authority to sign. Is that correct?
That would be correct. I mean, it's usually like the CEO and or the CFO, or titles, an officer of the company.
Okay. At the RWA, do you buy products and services from other companies? Copy paper, anything? Do you buy products? Yes,
Yes.
okay. And as a consumer of those products, as a buyer, you are assuming all else being equal, interested in receiving the lowest price for those, paying the lowest price for those. Is that correct? All else being equal?
Yeah, all else being equal, yes. We have RWA as well as AWA will be under public bidding requirements.
Okay. There was testimony earlier about the sixth member and clarification that that sixth member of the RWA portion of the board, expanded board, can come from a shared town.
Correct.
Do they have to come from the RWA service area in that shared town, though?
Not in accordance with the enabling legislation.
Okay. And how many shared towns are there?
Subject to check, it's 3 or 4.
Just one moment, I need to switch to another document. Okay, I'd like to start with the application at page 7. It indicates, I'm summarizing, this is not an exact quote, but generally it says that the AWA Representative Policy Board is going to be comprised of one individual from each municipality within the AWA service territory. And that person will be appointed by the chief elected official of the municipality. You familiar with that testimony?
Yes.
What experience must those policy board members have to qualify for this appointment?
It's actually up to the chief elected official as to who they appoint. And our experience with RWA, they tend to be across different professions. So it could be an engineer, it could be a finance person, it could be a legal. So it's really up to the chief elected official to ensure that the person, selected is appropriate for the position.
On pages 7 to 8 of the application, there's a list of certain actions for which I'm just going to use RPB, meaning the Representative Policy Board, the RPB approval is required. And so one of those is the acquisition of water supply or wastewater systems. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And is RPB approval also required for divestiture of those items?
Correct. Land or other dispositions is also a requirement of the RPB.
Other dispositions, meaning water supply or wastewater systems, not just land?
So, for example, like a rental property that we may have acquired from a prior transaction, that has to go through the land disposition.
So there are two operating companies that are part of this transaction, correct? There's the Aquarion Water Company of Connecticut, and then there's the Torrington Water Company, correct?
Correct.
If after this transaction were completed, AWA decided they wanted to sell the Torrington Water Company piece of the business, would RPB approval be required to make that sale?
It would be required, and it may or may not even be allowed because there are certain requirements actually under the general bond resolution as well as the enabling legislation that specify when a system can actually, part of a system could actually be sold. So there's other hurdles that would have to be crossed before that could even happen.
Moving on to the next item, RPB approvals also require for capital projects costing more than $3.5 million. Is that correct?
That's correct.
But no RPB approvals required for projects costing less. Is that correct?
No RPB approval is required. However, the RPB has visibility into both the capital budgets and the operating budget, and the Finance Committee of the RPB gets quarterly updates on the status of any RPB approved capital project, as well as an overall view. It's part of the package that we put together quarterly that shows where we are in the overall capital plan.
How do you define a project? Is it, let's say, for example, that you have to replace pipe in the entire, let's use the Torrington Water Company current service territory. You have to replace pipe there. Is the entire replacement of that pipe counted, or is it just the amount in this year's budget?
It's not the amount in this year's budget. The definition of a project versus a program has to do with whether it could be stopped at any time. So and still have a value. So if the project cannot be stopped at any time and not result in some value, then it's a project and has to go before the RPB. And we have history that we don't play games. RWA does not play games with what has to go before the RPB and what does not.
But it only has to go in front of the RPB if it's more than $3.5 million for approval.
For approval, but again, they do see the capital budget, they see the annual capital budget, there's an extensive presentation, and they also see the 5-year plan. And they also see the 10-year plan that RWA puts together, and they have a chance to ask questions relative to what's being projected.
RPB approval is also required for investments or acquisitions of more than $1.5 million in certain activities that are set forth in your testimony. Is that correct?
That's correct.
But no RPB approval is required for investments or acquisitions if they cost less than the 1.5 million?
If the acquisition costs less than 1.5 million, RPB approval is not required. That's correct.
And is RBP approval required for investments or acquisitions in the areas that aren't set forth in your testimony? So for the testimony, just let me finish, it includes the related to water, environment, agriculture, sustainable manufacturing, or certain energy projects. For anything outside of that, is RBP approval required for investment or acquisition?
We're not allowed to do anything outside of that those parameters are set within our enabling legislation. And so we can't do an acquisition that's outside what's allowed in our enabling legislation. That's true for RWA. It's true for AWA.
You are allowed to invest in non-core businesses, aren't you?
Only is described within, there's a specific definition in the enabling legislation that indicates the industries broadly that we're allowed to operate in, and it's governed by the enabling legislation.
The RPB approval is also required for the issuance of bonds, correct?
Correct.
And is that of any amount?
It is of any amount. It's, just to clarify, it's for new debt. If it was a refinancing, the RPB approval would not be required, but all new debt regardless of the amount, yes.
Okay, so you helped start to answer my second question, which was, is RBP approval required for any other bond-related activity besides the actual issuance of the bonds? And it sounds like at least for refinance, no.
Yeah, for refinancing, no, there'll be documentation that they'll need to sign, but it's not a formal approval process if it's a refinancing of existing debt.
Okay. RBP approval is also required for disposition of real estate, correct?
Correct.
Is that of any value?
Yeah, that is of any value.
And how do you define a disposition? Is it a sale?
Yes.
Could be a sale, yes.
It could be at lease.
Not a lease. It's pretty much disposition of a land asset, like class 3 lands.
But only by sale.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Would RBP approval be required for AWA to sell, lease, assign, or otherwise dispose of any part of its water supply system or other property?
So under the enabling legislation, there's the threshold. However, under the general bond resolution for both RWA and AWA, there is very specific allowances on when you can dispose of a part of a system. Generally, it even covers the protocols that need to happen, even if you're just disposing of like an obsolete piece of equipment, and how any monies or proceeds from that disposition need to be treated.
And you said that's under the general bond resolution?
Correct. Yeah, correct. It's under the general bond resolution. The enabling legislation for both RWA and AWA also specifies what can and cannot be sold. So as an example, subject to check, like we can't just sell like class 1 and class 2 land.
Moving to page 12 of your application, again, I'm paraphrasing. AWA will be a standalone newly created authority that is separate but related to the RWA. That's correct?
That's correct.
And the AWA and RWA will be affiliates because they will have shared interests and at times business dealings. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Eversource Energy is the current holding of Aquarion, AWC, and Aquarion CT, and I'm using those terms as defined in your own application so that I don't have to redefine them here. Eversource Energy is the current holding company of Aquarion, AWC, and Aquarion Connecticut, correct?
Correct.
Correct.
And so Eversource and each of those entities are affiliates, correct? You need to respond verbally.
Correct.
That's correct.
Thank you. Does Eversource or any of those Aquarion entities have a code of conduct for interactions and/or transactions with their affiliates?
There are certain intercompany agreements for shared services, sure.
Come back to that in a minute. Is there a code of conduct that exists related to the interactions between those entities?
Not aware of a specific code of conduct.
There's a general code of conduct that applies to all employees, irrespective, of each entity, meaning the work that they do needs to be performed in an ethical manner.
And I would add, that's also the case for RWA. RWA has a code of conduct as well.
Is the RWA code of conduct in the record in this proceeding?
I don't believe it's in the record.
I'd like to request a late file exhibit for the RWA code of conduct. And actually the Eversource/Aquarion, whichever entity it belongs to, code of conduct.
Late file exhibit 22.
Thank you. Eversource has a shared services company, is that correct?
It has a service company, yes.
And that service company provides service to many of its affiliates, electric, water, gas, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And how are the costs allocated from for those shared services?
To Aquarion, it's based on, I believe, actual services performed. Aquarion is primarily a standalone entity and receives very few services from Eversource.
Who determines what Aquarion pays for those services?
I'm not sure. I'd have to, we'd have to read in what the policy is. It's not my area of expertise.
Okay, moving on to page 12 of the application, it indicates that until the members of the AWA board are appointed, the members of the RWA board will have the authority to act on behalf of the AWA, correct?
That's correct.
Is there an established timeline for the appointment of the AWA board? I've seen interrogatory responses that say it'll be done quickly, but I haven't seen anything that actually includes an established timeline. Is there a specific timeline?
I think we responded in an interrogatory that what the expected timeline is that we're working towards. We definitely want the RPB, who is the entity that will appoint the AWA authority, to get in place as quickly as possible. And the trigger to set that up is actually pure approval, but we have talked to the towns and we continue to do that to have them begin to think about who they would appoint to the representative policy board. I don't have the interrogatory right in front of me, but I believe there was an approximate time frame noted.
Can you tell me what the approximate time frame is?
I believe it was from like about 3 to 6 months for the authority board to be in place, and as soon as practical for the representative policy board, but that is subject to check.
What actions will the RWA need to take on behalf of the AWA until such time as that, at least that you're aware of now? There may be others, obviously, that arise later.
So we did respond to that. And so actions associated with getting to the closing, the RWA boards will need to act on behalf of the Aquarion boards, as they have done to date. And if there is any time-sensitive activity that happens post-closing that requires immediate action, there will have to respond to that. Again, we're anticipating that the governing boards for AWA will be put in place as soon as practical.
If the AWA board will not be fully constituted, and when I say that, I mean the 11-member board, who will move forward with the rate application?
It's not envisioned that we're going to put forward a rate application until the representative policy board is in place. And not just to be clear, it may take a while for certain vacancies to be filled, but it needs to be operating, in my opinion, before we would put forward a rate application.
What guarantee does anyone have that that actually will occur? Is that written down somewhere? Is there a written policy, a written procedure, some guarantee that's been provided?
It's not written down, but I really do not think our RWA representative policy board would be comfortable in approving a rate application for the Aquarion towns.
Also on page 12 of the application, it indicates that the chair and vice chair of the RWA will be the initial chair and vice chair of the AWA. Is that correct?
That's correct.
For what period of time?
I believe that's the initial, so it would be for the end of their terms.
And their end of their terms are set forth where? In the enabling legislation?
I believe it's in the enabling legislation. If it's not in the enabling legislation, it would be in the rules of practice. I don't have that right in front of me.
The AWA doesn't currently have rules of practice, correct?
They don't. It is anticipated that their rules of practice will be comparable and most probably mimic the RWA rules of practice.
Are the RWA rules of practice in the record in this proceeding?
There's excerpts that are in the record, not the entire rules of practice are not in the record currently.
I'd like to request another late file exhibit for the rules of practice of the RWA, the complete set.
This, just to be clear, this is the RWA RPB's rules of practice, correct, that you're asking for?
Well, let me ask you, you referenced the rules of practice. So
So
those are
talking
the
about the RPB, yes.
Okay, yes. Now let me ask this question then, based on that. Does the current RWA board, not the RPB, the authority, have its own rules of practice?
You need to check if it has its own rules of practice.
If I presume, since you need to check, that means they're probably not in the record. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I'd like to add that to the late file if possible.
Okay, so late file exhibit 23 will be to provide the rules of practice for the RWA, RPB, and I'm sorry.
The RWA board, the authority, I guess is the word you use to describe it.
Thank you.
It does either the RWA, RPB rules of practice or the rules of practice or whatever they're called of the board include a conflict of interest provision?
Yes.
Have those conflict of interest provisions been included in any of your responses?
I don't think those in particular. We did respond to other interrogatories regarding conflict of interest.
Okay. Page 13 of the application indicates that the AWA and RWA will have the same chief executive officer and are expected to have the same chief financial officer, correct?
That's correct.
Who decides the compensation of the chief executive officer?
I think we had this conversation on Thursday. It would be the boards.
Not the representative policy board, the regular board, the 11-person board?
11-person board.
Okay. And will that compensation be paid by both entities, AWA and RWA?
It's envisioned to be funded by both for the positions that are supporting both.
Who will determine the percentage that is paid by each of the authorities, the RWA and the AWA?
I would say the boards could determine that. We haven't determined that at this point.
And when you refer to the boards, you are referring to the expanded 11-member?
11-person board, yes.
Okay. And so I'm going to withdraw that and move on to something else. On page 15 of the application, there's discussion of the public hearing in August of 24, which included 3 sessions for elected officials and members of the public to understand the legislation and learn more about the RWA and AWA and to provide comments. You familiar with that?
Yes.
Okay, and during those sessions, did any elected officials oppose this acquisition?
There were elected officials that opposed. There were also elected officials that supported.
How many opposed?
I don't recall off the top of my head.
Was that public hearing recorded? Was a transcript made? Is there any?
Yes, there's a transcript and the video is on our RWA's website.
Is that in the record in this proceeding?
The PowerPoint presentation is in the record, not the transcript of it, but the presentation that was made, yes.
Members of the public were also at this public hearing, is that correct?
Correct.
And did any members of the public oppose the acquisition?
I would have to confirm if unelected officials, members of the public, I believe there was one individual who's involved in this proceeding that did speak as a private citizen in opposition.
Were public hearings held in each of the Aquarion, Connecticut service territories?
They weren't held in the Aquarion service territories, but it was hybrid and it was held at a hotel in New Haven.
Did the RWA or the Connecticut legislature hold any public hearings prior to the passage of the amendments to the enabling legislation?
That was in part of the special session.
I'm sorry, could you repeat? Did you?
Was not, public hearings were not part of the special session.
Thank you.
May I
Is-
just add on to what Rochelle said, even though they were actually held in New Haven, it was a hybrid, so people can participate through Zoom.
I'd like to request the transcript of the public hearing be provided as a late file exhibit.
And it was approximately August of 2024. Is that
Yeah,
right?
yes.
Okay, I will mark that as the late file exhibit 24.
In response to interrogatory OCC 87, the response indicates, again, I'm summarizing, Eversource received 2 final proposals to purchase Aquarion. And Eversource selected the Aquarion Water Authority as the winning bidder because AWA possessed the necessary operational, technical, and financial capabilities to own and operate Aquarion. Are you familiar with that testimony?
I'll refer to Eversource.
Yes.
Um, Did the other bidder also possess the operational, technical, and financial capabilities to own and operate Aquarion?
I would say yes.
Did Eversource do an evaluation of the public interest that would be served by the 2 bids? By the 2 bidders, I guess is the better way to put it.
We did not compare the 2 bidders against each other from that perspective. We believe both would be qualified to run the business and meet the requirements of PURA to approve.
And then in response to interrogatory OCC 87, it goes on to say that in addition, each bid offered a similar value of net retained proceeds to Eversource. Does that mean that basically Eversource would have gets the same amount of money from whichever bid they chose?
Within a small variance, yes.
Thank you. I'd like to refer to OCC 5. And the attachments are various RWA meeting minutes. And the first question I have is on OCC 5, attachment 1. It's regarding the April 24th, 2025 meeting minutes. And it's pages 5 and 6 of those minutes. Unfortunately, this attachment does not have overall page numbering, so I can only tell you that it starts on page 31 of the PDF, if that helps you find it.
Page 31.
Of the PDF, yes. Let me know when you found it.
Good.
There's a resolution there that's been put forth in the minutes, and that resolution refers to, quote, maximum amount, end quote, of the principal amount of the bonds, but does not disclose the actual dollar value. Do you see that?
That's correct, because at this time and at the time I believe this was done, this was a competitive bid, and we did not discuss openly the maximum amount that was approved.
But the competitive bid has now been selected by Eversource, correct? That's why we're all here, right?
We know what the bid amount was that was paid. We have not disclosed, nor do we intend to disclose the maximum approval amount. We can say that what we bid was within it.
So my understanding of the maximum amount as listed in the resolution is the maximum amount of the principal that was authorized for the bonds. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Does that authority still exist? Basically, my question is, no matter what you've agreed to pay Eversource, is that maximum amount still authorized to be for a bond issuance?
This particular resolution pertains to the acquisition debt, and yes, it's still in place.
That same resolution refers to a July 26th, 2024 application What application is that?
That's the actual application that we are required to do. That was the request for the Representative Policy Board, RWA acting on behalf of AWA's Representative Policy Board for the transaction.
So that was an application by the RWA current board to the, let me just finish. That was an application from the RWA current board to the RWA Representative Policy Board. Again, I understand the RWA board may have been acting on the AWA. I'm just trying to understand who got the application and who submitted
Yeah,
it.
the RWA RPB got that application and they were acting on behalf of the AWA RPB.
And they got that application from the current RWA board, who was also acting at that point on the behalf of the AWA board. Is that correct? Okay. Is that application in the record?
I believe the public part of the application is in the record, and I also believe that the confidential piece is under a protective order within the record.
Sorry, I just need to make a note. Okay, moving on to OCC 5 Attachment 8. These are the July 25th, 2024 meeting minutes. At page 5, this Attachment 8 is just those meeting minutes. So it is page 5 of the minutes and of the document. And that includes a resolution that refers to a July 25th application. Is that the same application?
Yes.
So is it dated July 25th or July 26th? Because the prior one referred to it as a July 26, 2024 application.
I'd have to confirm the date.
Is it reasonable to expect that since it was at the July 25th meeting, that it is probably a July 25th application?
But July 25th or July 26th, the date of the application is the date that it actually goes to the RPB. I believe we're looking at a resolution from the authority minutes that as of that date, the authority board authorized sending the application to the Representative Policy Board. The date that's actually on the application is usually the date that it goes to the RPB, which appears to be the next day. Subject to check.
Oh, still in that same attachment, OCC 5 Attachment 8, at page 6, there's a list of items that are numbered 1, 2, 3. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Item 2 indicates that the bonds can be taxable or tax exempt. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I'd like to move on to OCC 5 Attachment 5. Excuse me, Attachment 15, 1-5. These are the RWA November 11, 2024 meeting minutes. Those are the only minutes in the document. And so at page 1, there are items C and D. Do you see those?
Yeah.
Those refer to Blue Drop. What is Blue Drop?
Blue Drop is a code name for the transaction that we're talking about today.
So if I were to go through the meeting minutes of the RPB or the RWA board and see references to Blue Drop, it would be to this transaction.
Correct.
Thank you. Page 21 of the application indicates that, and I know there was discussion about the amount earlier today, but there's an estimated savings amount resulting from the authority model, including a lower cost of capital, which I understand is now 365 million. Is that right?
Correct.
Over the first 10 years.
Only over the first 10 years, yes.
Yeah. And it indicates that it's potentially higher depending on the variables. Is that correct?
Correct.
It could also be potentially lower depending on the variables, correct?
It could be, but we did take what we believe is a conservative view because it's based on the currently authorized Aquarion weighted average cost of capital.
On that same page of the application, it indicates that this transaction will result in increased purchasing power for the water systems of the AWA and the RWA. Is that as compared to what is available to Aquarion under Eversource currently?
The reason that it talks about the water system in particular is because we recognize and we did build into our modeling that there are certain things like insurance that Aquarion is getting from Eversource today that they're not going to have that, large organization. So we are anticipating savings from the water system. So we're both buying chemicals, we both buy pipe, we both use engineering services, and there's a significant amount of dollars that each utility spends today that there should be economies of sales savings.
But there are also economies, as you've alluded to, under Eversource for other things.
Which we
May I
accounted
finish?
for.
May I finish my question, please? Thank you. There's also, as you've noted, certain savings that result from Aquarium being under Eversource unrelated to the purchasing power for the water system. Is that right?
The only item that came up through our due diligence that goes in that direction was insurance.
On page 22 of the application, there's discussion of some of the non-core businesses that have been purchased, including Carboni Plumbing and Heating, RWA Well Services LLC, and Homeowner Safety Value. You familiar generally with that? What was the source of the funds used to purchase those businesses?
The growth fund was used to purchase the 3 smaller acquisitions, and for the homeowner safety valve, which we purchased from Aquarion, was a combination of growth fund, general fund, and a small amount of debt issuance.
And the funds to which you refer are funded through rates that are charged to customers. Is that correct?
They're excess amounts that are put aside for the sole purpose of pursuing those commercial activities, and the net income from those commercial activities go back into the construction fund of the utility. That's what the whole concept of our entry into commercial was, to actually help mitigate rate increases for the RWA customers.
When you refer to excess amounts, you mean excess amounts left over after you've paid for operating costs, cost of debt, et cetera. Is that right?
Correct.
And all of that money comes from the customers of the RWA, correct?
It does, but it's put aside into a special fund for the sole purpose of mitigating rate increases. And so the money at the end of each of the years goes back into the construction fund of the utility that's available from the commercial businesses.
Does the RWA board have responsibility for the operations of these non-core businesses?
Yes, they're subsidiary entities of RWA.
And is RWA RPB approval required for any of the activities undertaken by these non-core businesses?
If the magnitude is such that it's at their threshold, yes.
What role does the OCA have with respect to these other businesses?
The OCA opines on the acquisitions because an acquisition that would go before the RPB, he would do a memorandum. So the example of two that went to the RPB would be homeowner safety valve, as well as the Carboni acquisition. And we also, as a practicing attorney, we also confer with him relative to certain terms to get his opinion.
And when you refer to certain terms, you're still referring to the acquisition of these businesses?
Yeah, the agreements that are entered into, like the asset sale agreement or the purchase and sale agreement, yes.
All related to the acquisition of the businesses?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. OCC 74, your response to A indicates that AWA currently does not anticipate significant cost avoidance related to Aquarion Company's planned technology upgrades through 2029. And then in response to B indicates that AWA expects approximately $37 million in technology spend through 2029. The difference between the amounts is due to a timing difference. The difference between the amounts is about $2 million. Is that correct?
Correct.
And when will the additional $2 million be spent by AWA?
I think this was just a difference between the one estimate at 37 million and the one estimate at 39 million.
Do you have the response in front of you?
Yeah.
OCC 74 sub B. I believe this is a direct quote, but I have it in my notes, so if I get it wrong, please let me know. It says the difference between amounts is due to a timing difference. Did I read that correctly?
You did. I think it's regarding what period the 39 or 37 million would be spent within.
And my question was, when does the AWA plan to spend the additional 2 million?
Say in a subsequent period.
But it does intend to spend 39 million, essentially, is what?
Based on the current estimates, yes.
Thank you. Page 25 of the application indicates that upon closing of the transaction, Aquarion employees will become employees of the AWA. Is that correct?
Yeah.
How many of those employees are guaranteed employment for some period of time?
My understanding is all of them,
For what period of time?
1 year.
So all employees, union and non-union employees who become employees of the AWA, I understand there might be turnover before then, et cetera, but when they become employees of the AWA, they are guaranteed employment with the AWA for 1 year?
Yes, union employees are under their collective bargaining agreements in addition to the language in the purchase and sale agreement that provides for that protection for 1 year.
I would say that there's different like triggers and I would say penalties if that's not the case. I think that's where you're going.
And this is for all positions of everyone employed currently at the Aquarion companies, the group of them, including Aquarion Connecticut, AWC, all of them that are currently employed in those companies are eligible. I know that they may leave before, but are eligible to become employees of AWA. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Page 25 of the application indicates that in joining the AWA, there will be continued dedication to environmental stewardship. When is the last time that the RWA received a violation from the EPA?
The Connecticut DPH has primacy over the EPA. So EPA doesn't really give violations in the state of Connecticut. So typically DPH either gives violations or not. So EPA actually, I think, going back to what you had actually indicated in the letters, you had actually cited EPA's website that goes back to 2015-16, but pursuant to it, we even, I would say, followed up with DPH. DPH rescinded one violation and the other ones were all monitoring and reporting violations, which you even cited in your July 4th letter. So I think, we have not received, on the water quality side, we have not received any violations past 1984. And even in your July 4th letter, you had actually indicated they were not covered under federal statute. So they were more equali, and we changed the process from orthophosphate to zinc, polyphosphate to zinc orthophosphate. So I think we don't really have any violations on the water quality side. But monitoring and reporting violations are part of about, say, 5 to 6 violations that DPH has. And typically you would have MCLs, which is the violations in water quality, then treatment technology violations, then you will have consumer confidence report violations, monitoring and reporting violations kind of, I would say, pertain to either lab sampling done and not submitted in time, or some reporting violations which have some things to be corrected. So I think most of the ones that you noted, even in your July 4th letter, indicate almost all of it except 2 that goes back to 1984 are monitoring and reporting violations.
When was the last time that you received a violation from the Connecticut DPH? You being RWA, I want to be clear. Sorry, I know there are a lot of entities.
2021.
Thank you. Page 26 of the application says AWA plans no substantial changes at closing to Aquarion's current employee levels or existing operational facilities. What changes are proposed that are not substantial?
We're currently not envisioning any changes.
What constitutes substantial?
Would be some very substantial change in the operation or the number of employees. Again, we're not envisioning anything. I mean, a key benefit of this acquisition is that Aquarion, as it is today, will come under the AWA, and from a day-to-day operations will continue as they do today.
Where's that memorialized? Is there a contractual obligation to make no substantial changes to existing operational facilities?
I think it is subject to check, but I believe one of the interrogatories we responded, and we just kind of responded to your question that there'll be no major changes within the first year of the management staff as well as the operational staff.
I mean, contractually, there are certain terms in the PSA that I mentioned that would trigger, penalties or fees, should, something happen like like termination of an employee or employees. Again, there is absolutely no view that that is going to happen. And I think we did respond in an interrogatory or in the testimony that said that there will not be any involuntary terminations.
Yes, I didn't ask about the employees this time. I actually asked about the wording, no substantial changes at closing to Aquarion's existing operational facilities. Where is that memorialized?
I can't point to a document at this time, but there's no plans to change anything in any significant way.
Also, it can change because to provide water supply to all the existing towns and municipalities they serve, I think it would be unwise to close down any operational facilities unless it's part of the capital planning and budgeting that AWC has for the next 10 years. So I think when we have looked at the capital budgets and planning that they had done as part of the seller's model, we had our own engineering consultant look at it. And there was a significant convergence in terms of the capital projects and planning that's going to be there for the next 10 years. So 95, maybe 97% convergence. The only, I would say, points of divergence might be in terms of phasing of the projects or staging of the projects. So overall, in terms of existing facilities or going into the future, there's not going to be a significant difference in what AWC is kind of doing right now or planning to do in the future.
That's not memorialized in the purchase and sale agreement, is it?
Don't believe so.
Thank you. Your response to COG 66B indicates that there's no intention to blend AWA and RWA water rates, and AWA rates will be continued to set as a standalone entity. You familiar with that?
Yes.
Is that memorialized in the purchase and sale agreement?
It's memorialized based on the general bond resolution that exists for AWA, which is a separate general bond resolution that exists for RWA.
So the general bond resolutions, do they specifically say that there can be no blending of AWA and RWA rates?
They don't explicitly say that, but the whole premise and structure of having separate AWA general bond resolution and RWA general bond resolution is to separate the two, and it talks about the revenues of AWA totally separately from the revenues of RWA, and that's fundamental to the structure.
Who drafts the general bond resolution?
So the AWA General Bond Resolution was drafted by Bond Council, RWA, AWA Bond Council. It was drafted by the lead bankers. Every lender that's currently in the mix had themselves as their entities as well as their attorneys all weighed in on the AWA General Bond Resolution.
Did the RWA Representative Policy Board have to approve the general bond resolution?
They didn't have to approve the general bond resolution. The authority board did have to approve the general bond resolution.
And currently that's the RWA board, correct? Acting on behalf of AWA, yes, I understand, but it is currently the RWA
It
board,
is
correct?
currently the RWA.
Thank you. Page 27 of the application indicates that the joint applicants don't anticipate any changes to Aquarion Connecticut's rates, services, and customer policies as part of the transaction. For how long?
I believe we're on the record that indicates that it would take a minimum of 6 months to implement a rate change for AWA.
And it also, this language in the application also talks about services and customer policies. I want to start with services. Who determines what services are offered currently by the RWA? Is it the board? Is it the CEO? Is it the RPB? Who decides?
So when you're talking about services, obviously the main service is the provision of water. And then there are other offerings on the RWA side, like our pipe safe protection program or, some things along those lines.
Who decides okay, so those are the services. Who decides what those services are?
For the most part, I would say management decides what they are. The provision of water is actually a statute, though. It's under our enabling legislation.
And customer policies, who decides what those customer policies are?
It's primarily management. However, for RWA, and we believe this would be the same for AWA, when there's a change in what's called the rules and regulations, it does go before the authority board, but it also goes before the Consumer Affairs Committee of our Representative Policy Board.
Does the Consumer Affairs Committee of the Representative Policy Board have to actually approve the change, or they just provide input to the board?
I believe, but subject to check, they would actually approve it. They would provide input.
So committees of the RPB have a governance authority of their own without bringing together the entirety of the RPB, is that correct?
It depends on what it is. So I'll give an example that I'm more familiar with. For example, if there is a capital project, I use that as an example. So the capital project, although the application gets sent to the entire RPB, it would go to finance to determine if the application is complete or not. So yes, they're making the decision as to whether or not it's complete and if it should go to the next step, which would be to the entire RPB.
So my question is really, is there any circumstance in which a committee can make a decision without having to go to the entire RPB?
I believe so. Because they're making a decision about whether it goes to the next, the next step within the process.
Okay. Is there anything in the purchase and sale agreement that indicates that, that commits the RWA/AWA from making any changes to the rates, services, or customer policies?
Not in the PSA, and that would not be something that would traditionally be in any PSA.
Is it in the general bond resolution?
Services are not in the general bond resolution.
Is the
The enabling legislation is, just to clarify, the enabling legislation that I mentioned earlier is very specific as to what types of activities that RWA or AWA can participate in. So it's limited to what's in the enabling legislation.
Does the general bond resolution indicate that AWA will not make any changes to the customer policies that currently exist?
The general bond resolution does not cover things like that. No,
And the purchase and sale agreement also does not cover that, correct?
that's correct.
Is there any binding contractual obligation for AWA to maintain the existing customer policies?
There is not a document.
Is there an oral agreement?
I think just like some of the other things that we talked about, I would think one of the post-transaction, assuming that it's approved, would be to review Aquarion's policies, to review RWA's, and actually, as we talked about, to take the best of both.
But it's not memorialized in a contractual obligation, oral or written, correct?
Not currently.
Thank you. On page 32 of the application, it indicates that if the transaction was not proposed, Aquarion would have had to file for a general distribution rate amendment, and that it would have shown a revenue deficiency of approximately 64 million, taking in effect no later than mid-2026. Are you familiar with that?
Yes.
Thank you. It says if approved, Aquarion customers will avoid an Aquarion rate filing and any resulting increase. However, did you not just testify that within about 6 months, there would be a rate increase requested?
We said that it would take a minimum of 6 months to implement a rate increase.
Okay.
And it would be lower per our model than $64 million, significantly lower.
What percentage increase would a $64 million request have resulted in?
31%.
Thank you. Page 32, the application indicates that upon closing, the pilot will reflect the same level of real and personal property tax payments. You're familiar with that? Will the pilot be memorialized in an agreement?
It potentially could be. Right now, it's memorialized in our response to the interrogatory.
So there's not currently an agreement?
There is not currently an agreement with municipalities.
Okay. Page 33 of the application indicates that as part of the agreement, AWA committed 3 items. One is total compensation for employees will be comparable. I'm summarizing. So AWA will assume and honor all obligations under the collective bargaining and other agreements, and AWA will provide substantially comparable employee benefits. With respect to comparable compensation, is that true for both union and non-union employees?
Yes, we've responded to an interrogatory that we will honor the collective bargaining agreements.
And also non-union union employees?
Correct.
And the substantially comparable employee benefits will be provided to both union and non-union employees?
Correct.
What constitutes comparable?
It would be, it doesn't mean that everything will be exactly the same, but the value will be comparable.
What value? The value to the employee?
Value to the employee.
What changes then are going to be made?
We're not envisioning any changes, but in response to your question, you asked what comparable is, and the PSA calls for comparability. It's a pretty standard term in these type of agreements.
I asked what comparable was based on what's in the application, and you said that it would be different, but with the same,
No, I said
slightly
I
different.
said it could be slightly different. I didn't say it will be, or if I didn't mean to, if I did, it could be, as long as the value is the same, that's comparability.
And so does that mean, for instance, let's use an example. I'm an employee currently of Aquarion Water Company of Connecticut. And I'm just going to make up numbers because I actually don't know what the numbers are. I make $30,000 a year and I'm eligible for a 5% bonus at the end of the year based on certain factors. After this deal closes, will I still make $30,000 a year and be eligible for a
Yes.
5%
I thought you were
bonus?
asking about employee benefits in particular. So the employee benefits, if it's a different plan, but for compensation, we're expecting the same level of compensation.
Okay, and then now I do want to go to employee benefits where it was indicated that it would be substantially comparable. What is the difference between comparable and substantially comparable?
I think it would be the employee's perspective, and we're planning on honoring what was in the PSA.
And the PSA says substantially comparable?
I don't have the PSA right in front of me.
Okay, let me ask this question. If I have health insurance, dental,
Yes.
I have not finished my question. Please let me finish my question. If I currently have health insurance, medical insurance, including medical and dental, and vision, and I get 401k contributions, will I have the exact same medical or will it be different?
I can't answer whether it be exactly the same. It will have the same value to the employee. That's our commitment. So will it be the same provider? I don't know that sitting here today.
When you say that will have the same value to the employee, will I pay the same amount as I'm paying currently for it if I'm an employee?
I would expect so, yes.
If I have an 80-20 plan where, basically 80% is covered and I have to pay 20%, I'll still have an 80-20 plan at the end?
I expect so, yes.
Where's that memorialized?
The general terms are in the PSA.
And those were that they would be comparable and substantially comparable?
Again, I don't have the exact words that are in the PSA right in front of me.
Okay.
And that the PSA is on the record, in the record.
Page 34 of the application indicates that in anticipation of filing, representatives of AWA, RWA, and Aquarion met with substantially all of the chief elected officials in the Aquarion service territory. Do you recall that? Okay. It says representatives of AWA. Who were those representatives? Because the AWA doesn't currently have any employees, correct?
It was Sunny and myself.
Okay. And who were the representatives of the RWA?
Sunny and myself.
Okay. And it says met with substantially all of the chief elected officials within the service territory. How many did you not meet with?
I believe in the interrogatory, I don't have it right in front of me. It was about, what was it, like 42 or 43 towns that we met with. And so the difference is the towns that we didn't meet with, however, we did reach out to every town.
It also indicates that those representatives met with various state legislators. Were they the state legislators for all of the towns in the current Aquarion service territory?
Yeah, most of them were.
So I'm sorry, I asked if it was all and you said yes and then most. So I just want to clarify. Did you meet with all of the state legislators that cover the service territory of the current Aquarion service territory?
We met with state legislators, which comprised both legislators coming from the Aquarion district, as well as a few legislators from the regional water district.
With respect to the ones that you met with from the AWA district, what will be the AWA district if this transaction closes? Did you meet with all of them?
We may not have met with all of them.
Did any of those state legislators express opposition to the transaction?
I think a few of them had expressed opposition in a public setting, but when Rochelle and I had the conversation, they were more interested in understanding the legislation and how the framework would be and how the governance would be.
It also indicates that the same representatives met with the Connecticut Office of Consumer Counsel, correct?
Correct.
Did the Connecticut Office of Consumer Counsel express any opposition or concerns about the transaction?
It was very similar in nature. We made a presentation on what the transaction was, and we also gave the layout and framework or how the structure is going to be. So they kind of took all the input and asked us more questions.
They did not indicate in any way that they had concerns about the transaction in any way.
I think they're concerned, their concerns was expressed in terms of the questions they asked. So any question was something to understand, I would say, better on how the transaction was. And I think as part of, I would say, this entire application process, they have submitted significant questions from the Office of Consumer Counsel as well as the AG's office, plus all the other offices that come under the state.
Mentioning the Office of the Attorney General, the same representatives met with them as well, correct? The Office of the Attorney General?
Correct.
And did the Office of the Attorney General express any concerns or opposition to the transaction?
They did not express opposition, as I mentioned. They had questions about what their concerns were.
And it says that the company representatives also met with the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection. Was that the Bureau of Energy and Technology Policy? The commissioner? Who exactly at DEEP, or at least the group of people at DEEP?
I don't remember, I would say, whom we met, but there were a few attorneys, if I have to recall.
Was Commissioner Dykes at any of those meetings?
No.
Was Deputy Commissioner Hackett at any of those meetings?
I can't recall.
Okay, thank you. You also, the same representatives met with the Department of Public Health, Connecticut Department of Public Health, is that correct?
Correct.
Did the Department of Public Health express any concerns or opposition to the transaction?
Similar presentations were given and some questions were asked of us.
But nothing that indicated direct opposition?
Not that we heard.
Okay. Were any of those meetings recorded?
No.
Not to our knowledge.
Turning now to your joint direct testimony of, which is Exhibit AWA-AQ-1. Page 9, lines 12 through 13. That indicates that Eversource, again, I'm paraphrasing, this is an exact quote, but Eversource has approximately 100,000 employees across 3 states. Is that correct?
Approximately 10,000.
Oh, 10,000. I added, yes, that's what it says here, 10,000. Sorry. Can employees at one Eversource affiliate apply for positions at another Eversource affiliate?
Yes, they can apply.
Okay. The same document, page 17, lines 3 through 8. This again talks about AWA being a standalone entity that is separate but related to the RWA, and that will work along RWA to share benefits, and then goes through what those benefits are. Are you familiar with this?
We're familiar trying to find the reference.
Page 17, lines 3 through 8.
Yes.
It indicates that they will share benefits. How will they share their benefits? Will there be a shared services agreement between the companies, between the entities?
There could be in the future.
Is the one currently contemplated?
Not currently, but sharing, it's envisioned that the 2 entities will, as sister entities, will be in active, conversation, as we talked about, based on the governance structure, based on the sort of the management structure. There'll be significant opportunity to share best practices, innovative approaches, and also the purchasing power.
We talked earlier that Eversource has a service company, correct?
Yes.
And I asked about how costs are allocated from that company. Are they allocated based on the amount of time spent by an employee? Are they based on a percentage of Eversource says it? I'm just going to make up a number because I don't know what the real number is. It cost me $100,000 to do everything I did in this quarter, and therefore this percentage goes here and this percentage goes here. How is that allocation done?
I mean, we have an accounting policy that dictates how costs get allocated between entities. I think there's different ways that can happen depending on the nature of the services. It could be direct charge or it could be an allocation. I don't, it's not an area of responsibility for me. I don't have a lot more detail than that. But that's generally how it works. And like I said, Aquarion is primarily a standalone entity. There's very few costs allocated by Eversource and very few services provided by the Eversource service company to Aquarion.
Is that accounting policy in the record?
I don't believe it's on the record here, no.
I'd like to request a lay file exhibit for the Eversource accounting policy regarding shared services.
Slate file exhibit 25.
Same document, page 29, lines 16 to 19. And this talks about the largest project of RWA's technology-related investment in the past 5 years is a new customer information system. And then it indicates that that includes benefits for customer relationship management. Is this correct?
Correct.
Will this same system be used by the AWA?
That's not currently the plan. The current plan is that the system and the upgrade to the system that Aquarion currently has will be actually the system of Aquarion, and I'll let Aquarion respond to that in more detail.
My understanding is that we'll continue to have separate technology platforms.
Page 36, same document, lines 11 through 18. This talks about community engagement activities generally on these pages and what those are. And it talks about that AWA will undertake the same activities as those established by RWA and similar to the activities currently undertaken by Aquarion. You familiar with this? No, this is same page, this same document. It's page 36, lines 11 to 18.
Yeah.
Okay. How, for the community engagement activities that are currently undertaken by RWA, how are those activities paid for?
So the Clear Bennett Watershed Fund is actually a separate entity. When RWA provides
I'm sorry to interrupt. Can you just put the microphone closer to you? Sorry. Thank you.
So the Clear C Bennett Watershed is a separate entity and they have their own funding, but for community engagement activities, because there is no other payer other than the customers are, paying for those activities.
Thank you.
There is also an annual fee program that they can participate, not just customers, but folks can participate by buying recreation permits.
So there are recreation permit fees that can be paid by, even if I come to one of the towns, I could buy a recreation permit, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and those help fund these community activities?
They're part of the revenue stream.
Okay. But as you noted earlier, basically the source of funds generally for most things is the customer.
Primarily, the other source of funds are some of the other commercial offerings that we have.
Okay. Aquarion currently has a parent company, Eversource, correct?
Correct.
The Aquarion family, I'm using Aquarion,
Yeah. Yes.
the whole group. Eversource has a matching program for donations for employees, does it not?
Yes.
Who pays for that matching? Eversource shareholders or ratepayers?
Believe shareholders.
Thank you. same document, page 45, lines 5 through 8. This is the discussion of the AWC Massachusetts, AWC New Hampshire, and Abenaki, I believe is how you pronounce it, businesses. And at that point, it said that the expectation was that those would be sold to a third party. And there's already been a buyer found for those, correct?
Correct.
And the revenue that comes from the sale of those businesses to that other buyer, will that flow to AWA or to Eversource?
This is going to be basically a back-to-back sale. So there is going to be the arrangement that we have with that other buyers between AWA and the other buyer, and it will reduce the amount of debt that AWA is issuing.
Okay, so essentially, if I understand you correctly, Eversource will sell everything, including the Massachusetts, New Hampshire, and Abenaki businesses to AWA. AWA almost simultaneously will then sell them to the other buyer.
Correct.
Thank you. Now referring to, Madam Chair, actually, before I go, I'm about to switch to a different document. I'm happy to keep going. I just want to make sure that now would be a great time for me to break, but I can stop whenever you want to stop. So I just want to check in with you.
Thank you. I think we're going to go for another 15, 20 minutes.
Okay, great. I'd like to now refer you to the joint testimony that's been identified as Exhibit AWA-AQ-2. So if you just give me a minute, I'm skipping some of my cross. So- On page 12 of that document, lines 15 to 19. It indicates that Aquarion expects to invest a significant amount per year in Connecticut over the next 5 years through 2029 to upgrade its systems. And this includes addressing significant compliance issues such as PFAS. Is that correct?
Yes.
This would be necessary no matter who owns the company. Is that correct?
Yes.
OCC 76 Attachment 1 provides AWC Connecticut PFAS projects and costs. Is that correct?
Just a second, please.
Yes. It's OCC 76 Attachment 1.
Yes, although we were going to update it in a late file to clarify a couple things.
Okay. Based on the information that's there currently, all of those projects would be required no matter who owns the company. Is that correct?
That is correct.
OCC 76B, which is the same interrogatory, but is actually the written response rather than the attachment. It indicates that there will be required treatment for South Cheshire, Wellfield, and also indicates that the cost that is listed does not take into consideration the pending patent that RWA has filed for an innovative PFAS treatment. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, that patent would be owned by the RWA, is that correct?
Right.
And would AWA have to pay to use that patented treatment?
I mean, those things have to be worked out at this time. Still, the patent is pending.
Would a third party other than AWA have to pay to use that patented treatment?
We are talking to counsel to see how to monetize the patent. Still, those things have not been worked out yet.
Page, same document, page 13, lines 18 to 21. these lines indicate that Aquarion identifies its investments through a variety of sources, and then those sources are listed. Does RWA have a master plan?
Yes,
Does it have a water quality master plan?
yes.
Does it have a water quantity master plan?
Typically, there is a lot of hydraulic modeling that kind of takes into the quantity and I would say how we move the water. So typically, all of these things are encompassed in all these plans. So almost they will have, most utilities will have similar or identical plans in terms of identifying both quality and quantity.
Does the RWA have a capital improvement plan?
Yes.
Will the AWA have each of these plans?
Yes.
Okay. Line 19, excuse me, page 19, lines 1 through 3. Says that Aquarion Connecticut posts its lead sampling results on its website and includes them in their annual water quality reports. Does RWA currently post its lead sampling results on its website?
Correct. It's required as per the LCRR that all utilities as of October 16th, 2024 have to actually make them pretty much accessible to anybody. It's for all 50 states, for all utilities.
Okay. Moving on now to, I know I've asked about a couple discovery responses, but now I'm moving on to discovery responses. The first is with respect to AG 7, AG 9, and AG 10, which discuss the 3M, Tyco, and BASF class action settlement funds. What will be done with those funds?
From Aquarion Water Company right now, those funds will go for paying for PFAS-related projects and legal fees.
And what, assuming the transaction closes, I believe I saw that during the last hearing, there was testimony that some of that money has not come in yet. Is that correct?
Yeah, a significant portion hasn't come in, but yes.
When the additional money comes in, will that go to Eversource or will it go to the AWA?
It's going to go to the AWA and it'll be used for remediation.
Is there, where is that memorialized? Is that memorialized in the purchase and sale agreement?
It is, there's a clause in there regarding the PFAS.
In response to AG 11, the response indicated that the company is not required, I think it's RWA, is not required to report annual compensation of officers and directors. Is that correct?
That's correct.
How will that compensation be determined?
By the authority board.
Not the representative policy board, but the expanded 11-person board. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you. And the cost for that compensation, those will be recovered in rates?
Correct.
And does the RWA currently have any policies that set limits on the amount of that compensation?
Not at this time, but there is a compensation committee that is actually presently chaired by the vice chairman of the 5-member authority. So typically there are either annual surveys or biannual surveys that are being done by third-party consultants who actually does an industry market study and provide input to the 5-member authority. And based on which they get the information about what the market is and provide that input to the management. And that's just not for the senior leadership positions. They also look at other positions within the company. So there is a compensation committee that looks into very detailed analysis of how the industry is.
In response to AG 13, it indicates that the Office of Consumer Affairs, OCA budget is based on an estimate of time. And I believe I heard some read-in earlier today related to that. That's set in advance, correct?
It's set annual, yes.
Okay. And what happens if it's exceeded?
it would be exceeded and we figure out how we would cover it.
And when you say we'd figure out how to cover it, that cost would have to come from ratepayers, correct?
It would, in recent history, the OCA has not exceeded its allotted budget.
Is there anything that requires the OCA to not exceed its budget? Any written policy procedure?
There is a procedure that the Consumer Affairs Committee reviews every month, the OCA's invoice, and it's also the Consumer Affairs Committee that determines what the OCA's budget is. So it would be known how the OCA is doing relative to its budget.
And that's done monthly?
The invoice is approved monthly.
But okay, and I apologize, you said there was the invoice approval process and then there was another processing?
The actual setting of the budget.
And in response to AG 14, it indicates that the budget will increase due to the transaction, correct?
Yes, so the budget is expected to increase due to the transaction.
Okay. By how much? Is it expected to double essentially?
I would personally expect it to at least double.
Okay. And will all those increased costs be borne by AWA, ratepayers, customers?
The cost of the OCA would be borne by it's a shared expense according to the enabling legislation.
And who determines how much of that shared expense is paid by RWA and how much is paid by AWA?
We're looking at this on a case-by-case basis, as we talked about earlier.
So looking at it on a case-by-case basis, who is looking at it on a case-by-case basis? The CEO, the CFO, the committees, who's making this determination?
I would expect it to be made between the CEO, the CFO, and the two presidents. And we would expect that there would be a framework for allocable costs. We just haven't gotten there at this point for every type of allocation.
And that framework for allocable costs, whether they be the OCA or other allocations like you referred to, who will develop that framework?
I would expect it would be developed by the individuals that I just mentioned.
CEO, CFO, and the two presidents. Thank you. Will that require approval of the authority board? Will that require approval of the authority board?
Not necessarily.
Will that require approval of the RPB?
Not necessarily.
According to the response to AG 15, the OCA addresses customer complaints, correct?
Can you repeat that?
The OCA addresses customer complaints, correct?
The OCA is an escalation of customer complaints, yes.
And does the OCA keep track of the number and type of complaints?
RWA does keep track of the numbering of complaints and the type of complaints, and we did file that in one of the responses to the interrogatory.
And what does the RWA do with that information?
If we continue to work to improve the customer experience, and you may be aware that RWA actually recently won the J.D. Powers Award for the Northeast.
You use it to improve the customer experience, so I'm going to move on. OCA 15 also indicates, AG 15 also indicates that the OCA develops an opinion as to a fair resolution when there's a dispute with the customer, correct?
That is regarding if it goes to the OCA. So there are, customer complaints that never make it to the OCA.
Okay. But for the complaints that do get to the OCA, the OCA is responsible for developing an opinion as to the resolution.
Correct.
Okay. And does the OCA have the authority to implement that resolution?
Yes.
And it doesn't require approval from anyone else?
Not if the OCA and the customer agrees. The company, RWA in this case, would be aware of what the proposed resolution is.
And if there's a resolution that requires money to be paid to the consumer, that OCA still does not require approval from anyone?
Not to my knowledge.
And who pays for any money given to a particular consumer if that money is needed to be
All the
recovered?
customers pay for it.
Okay. At Aquarion currently, if the company is determined to be at fault in connection with a dispute with a customer, who pays the costs for any refunds or reimbursements issued to that customer?
They would generally be included in, credits in an account and then submitted during a rate case proceeding.
So even if the company was at fault, it would still seek rate recovery for those?
I can't think of an example where we're at fault. Like every month we meet with the EOE to go through customer complaints and they determine whether we've complied with our rules and regulations. And typically it's if you've, for example, let's say a meter is inaccurate and a customer paid more than they should have, we would include that and it's netted against revenues.
So if EOE determines, or you determine, Eversource, Aquarion, that the company did not comply with its obligations, you would still seek to recover that in rates?
Well, it's not that we didn't meet our obligations, is that things happen, right? Like a meter can run, it's netted against perhaps other meters that are running slow. So these types of incidents happen and it's more how the company responds to that customer complaint, because the intent is that we want to, make sure that the customers pay what they need to pay.
Let me ask this then. If the company's issued a notice of violation and assessed a penalty, who pays for that? The company shareholders or ratepayers?
I would have to check that. I've just confirmed that we did not have any penalties in the last couple of rate cases that we can look at. We would have to go back to determine whether we were included them in the rate filings or not.
When you say you haven't had any penalties in the last rate cases, you mean as far as you know, you haven't sought recovery of them? Is that what
Or
not that you haven't, let me
incurred them,
you haven't incurred any?
my knowledge.
Okay, okay. Response to ADJ 10. There was a question asked about documents related to asset divestiture post transaction. And the response indicates that there are no post-transaction documents related to asset divestiture. We're not post-transaction yet, is that correct?
Correct. I believe it's written that way, so we're being transparent regarding the Massachusetts and New Hampshire operations.
Are there any pre-transaction documents that related to asset divestiture associated with AWA Connecticut operations or a merger of AWA and RWA?
No, not associated with Connecticut.
Okay, Attorney Miranda, apologies if this is now okay time. So I think we're going to stop here for the evening and we will resume tomorrow at 10 a.m. And continue with Attorney Miranda's cross. Are there any administrative matters before we adjourn for the evening?
Nothing here.
Okay. All right, seeing none, I will see everyone back at 10 a.m. Thank you.